dilemma for scene 3, which is also the dilemma for scene 4. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Remember, as always, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So, I'm wondering if someone subscribes now and I get more money, is if Twitch is like stolen like $3 from me. Those fuckers, which means they've probably stolen like, now if they've stolen $3 from 1 million streamers, they made $3 million. That's a lot of money. Oh, we love to banter around here, bro. Welcome, welcome. We are actually reacting to steps for writing a short story. In this case, specifically short stories, because we always write short stories, and seeing how that like works with what we do. So far, this hasn't anything to do with an outline. This is more ideas. It's just a little bit of those things where it's like, well, it's the devil you know.
Child's point of view, or even say the gun's point of view. Yes, you can write a story from an inanimate POV, although don't try that tricky stuff too often. Now, this is a great step because I don't think you can truly understand your story until you've looked at it from multiple points of view.
True.
Now, how do you
and that's exactly what we did with Reverse 9/11. We're like, we're bad at transitions. It's like, how do we go through getting through Tanner's scene? And it was like, well, we split all the scenes up, and we use Daniel as the transitioning scene. He transitions from the poker game into the ship, or into the plane. He also transitions from Tanner doing all the drugs and fucking around. How long you've been writing? I've been writing for... Like, this story, like, the Reverse 9/11 story kind of looks like a family feud until it turns into World War III. And it's like a commentary and a parody on the actuality of events and how those events are portrayed in the media. Yeah, fucking amazing game. Amazing stream today, guys. We fucking popped off. It was fucking great. And always remember, be yourself. You are amazing. And if you can't say fuck you to your friends, then who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. My knowledge doesn't point to a definitive number of genders, as it's a concept shaped by both science and culture. None of these examples portray a third gender. They only partake in 2 genders. So where does a third gender come from? Is there a new gender? Your question seems to probe whether non-binary creates a whole new gender category distinct from any relation to male or female. And a lot of people that like say that, like, you know, gender fluid or like, you know, non-binary or stuff like that, and it's like, is that truly a new gender, or is that a declassification of your gender? Yeah, even according to Grok, there is no actual third gender that's ever specified in any way in documented science or anything else that says this is... That's... I switch from first person to third person, back to first person to third person to past tense, to present tense, back to past tense, to present tense, to future tense. Like, almost every fucking sentence. It's actually ridiculous. The love for his people was palpable. That sort of thing. Ah. It's okay, Muffin. You are allowed to steal them. They are not mine. I am the same. I am type of person that will watch like 18 streams at the same time. So I am very much guilty of the same thing. I am glad that you are on Muffin's stream, because I like Muffin and I think Muffin deserves a lot more attention. Fuck, I'm dead. Well, we got to stage 1. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Boom. I'm gonna say my answer of democratization might be more accurate from a sociological perspective, but the Germany example might be more accurate historically. What my answer, the downfall of physical violence. See, book, again, I'm not sure. What do you mean by the downfall of physical violence? Do you mean that political correctness is in some way supposed to prevent people from being physically violent? Because we're not supposed to use words that hurt people's feelings? I don't know. Do you guys feel that my book has, like, these kinds of, like, more... But I mean, like, my entire writing revolves around these kinds of deep, like, human, like, universal moral dilemmas and experiences that people have. Like, that's kind of where I draw my inspiration of writing from, is from the real world. Never write alone. Always write together. Think tanks exist for a reason. Don't be afraid to share your ideas. Inferring that none of them want to do anything because Melanie's, like, super sexual towards them all, right? So they're all like, yeah, no, we're not going. We're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I absolutely love it. I have gotten so much progress done. I've had so much fun. Yo, 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 how's it going, boys? We back. True GPB. Welcome, welcome, brother. How is it going? So, I got some good news. I wasn't sure which story to post first, and I was, like, really skeptical about Tourist Trap. But I was like, it's the most grounded story. I think it's really well written. I love the idea of the twist, the comparison between, like, a bait car and, like, a bait tourist. I think the title is clickbaity as fuck, but it still, like, portrays what it is, and it's completely unexpected. So I was like, okay, if we're gonna catch someone in the story, this is probably gonna be the best story. Even though I think it's one of the weaker stories, I think its presentation is more alluring, let's say. Because you get, like, if we do the banquet off the bat, it's like, oh, that's fucked. And if we do, like, nepotism off the bat, it's like, oh, that's fucked. And then the other ones are kind of just, I don't know, filler, I guess you would say. Because they were back when I wasn't that great at writing. Or, like, the length of the stories and just the form of the story wasn't on par with what it is now. Welcome, welcome, Beezus. I am talking about the fact that yesterday when we created that book, I didn't know what order to make the stories, and I was very concerned about it. But check this out. Was it here? Or was it here? Ah, it was here. Yes. In the one place. I'd say we were the most lacking. So now we have to check. Yes, this was. I really liked your story and see much potential in it. The way you capture the thief's perspective as he slinks through the bustling street, slips to the library, ultimately walks to the pawn shop. Trap is both thrilling and immersive. The detail in his inner thoughts, from the high of the hunt to the cold dread of being caught by the police, brings a gritty, realistic edge to the journey. I have an idea for your story and would like to collaborate with you. That's obviously a bot, right? This story has a sharp cinematic rhythm, gritty, tense, and immersive. The thief's voice is vivid, and the final twist is hard with perfect irony, a gripping read from start to finish. So, you know, you could call it what we want, but at least, you know, it alleviated my fears of the very first chapter being really shitty. But here we go, guys. Let's find out where we're at now. Because this one's live. How many views? Let's see. So far, for this one, we have 30 views. And for this one, 22 views. Whereas we have 0, 27, this one got a lot, but only 7 readers. 2 readers. But this one has 0 readers. Oh shit, book buyer! Oh shit, welcome to the welcome. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What were you doing? I'm always looking for Muffin stream. I checked to see if Sinister was live. You know what, Book? I never checked to see if you're live. I am so sorry. I gotta remember to do that. There's too many people to keep track of, guys. The problem is because on my other PC, I'm just not logged into Twitch. So, like, I don't have a follow list or anything. Maybe I should just make another account and just follow, like, the main streamers in the group. So if I know that they're online, I can just check on the other account. Because I follow, like, 150 people on Twitch. Yeah, how was the stream? What were you doing? And we got some comments on Shadows of the Soul. So I think the title definitely went hard enough to give people an impression about it, right? So maybe, hopefully, somehow, I was doing some new world building? Hell yeah. We need to get reviews, though. That's like the biggest thing. Just getting reviews. But yeah. So I guess now that you're here, book buyer. So the book is live. We do not have it on the promotion, but it is live. So let's find out how many copies sold. 56. We sold 7 units today. That's pretty big considering... No, wait, we haven't sold any today. That was 7 yesterday. Today's the 22nd. So we have yet to sell, then it's not updated fully. I just may not have sold any today. But like I said, it's gonna like drop off after the weekend, right? We need people to read that though. It was 51 yesterday and you sold 7. Yeah, but 51 yesterday we had already sold 2 at the beginning of the day. So add 5 and that's 7. Right? That's why I was wondering if we sold 2 because even between 12 a.m. and 12:45 a.m. yesterday we sold 2 copies. But 42 processed orders is not bad. The promotion ends tomorrow, so that's when we'll really see if we sell any copies after that. Like next weekend, right? And I want to put up a book every like 2 weeks, try to use the promotion rotations to get my name out there, right? And this is still only, this only has the 1 chapter on it. So when we get all of the chapters together, we'll get everything down. But apparently, like, Scribble Hub isn't really big on smut. It kind of is here. Like, we've got 136 overall. But then look how many we had for Cryogen. 757. Smut is pretty big there, honestly. I'm surprised that no one's seen it then. Here I bead to have some fun while other people scratch their bum. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about, brother. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, so that is update. We gained more followers from this than we've gained from anything. And I have the shitty finger to prove it. Oh, perfect book, perfect. Alright. So, without further ado, let's move into the video. Today, well-rounded characters. Let me take a toke before we begin. As always, I gotta grind more. And we're gonna do like a little mix here of the last of the Amnesia and the new Jean-Guy. Before I settle in, I'm gonna let the puppies out to pee. True, that's smart, book. Then you don't have to get up and worry about it later. Never fucking open this. Feel the shit higher in your mom's vagina. There we go. Jesus. Woo, that's a stanky bud. That's a stanky bud. What's up? All right. Stuff is sticky and wet as fuck. And I don't even know what in here is the Amnesia. It's perfect. Ready to die. Salute. Whoa. All right.
So here's how this is going to work. I am going to give you the 10 absolute best pieces of advice you have ever heard on creating characters. You're going to love them. It's going to revolutionize your book, and you're going to remember these for the rest of your writing life. You ready? Buckle up. Let's go. 1. Character doubling.
Character doubling.
Edwidge Danicat is a Haitian writer and the author of books like The Dew Breaker. And she coined this term, character doubling, to describe characters who do contradictory things. Kind of like they're two characters smashed into one. And here's an example. A dictator who slaughters thousands of people before breakfast and then in the afternoon plays with his kids on the playground. It's the shocking contrast between those two things that makes us believe that they are a real human being, because we see those contradictory elements really in ourselves and in people that we know. And it also exposes the psychology of that villain. Even truly evil people want to believe that they're good. Oh, I'm doing it for my family sort of justification. Now, obviously,
As Asmund said, the best villains are the ones who are heroes in their own story.
you can use this for antagonists or villains, but I think
And that's kind of like Fafnir. He thinks he's the hero. Everyone else, not so much. Anima, he thinks he's the hero. He's just trying to get revenge. Maybe he's more of an anti-hero than a hero, but he's still... Like, he thinks that his goal in the end is righteous, essentially. And Husai is very much like, oh, he's scientific in thought, but in action, he's very, not delayed, just like, he's just worried about he's always worried about taking the wrong action, so he always overthinks stuff. But when it really comes down to it, he has like he acts spontaneously without thinking sometimes. Especially like if he's like physically fighting in combat, he almost goes like berserker mode. And that's like why he's such a ferocious fighter. Plus the fact of the reason that he does that is to distract the enemy from paying attention to his footwork and his handwork, because he's consistently swapping between left hand and right hand.
You can reverse it and use it for your main character as well. Have your main character be doing lots and lots of good things, and then suddenly they do something which is remarkably evil, or at least very morally gray. The second way you should be building your characters is by using something called the expertise effect.
Okay. The expertise effect.
What this means is to give your characters deep knowledge about seemingly irrelevant topics. Now, what does this do for your character building? One, well, it adds an element of unpredictability. I'm thinking about Stephen King's The Shawshank Redemption, where you have Andy Dufresne, who, in addition to being a very knowledgeable and talented banker, also has a deep knowledge of geology. And that knowledge of geology certainly helps him when he is tunneling slowly but surely his way out of prison. This expertise can also suggest a deeper history, because the reader is wondering, how exactly did this character develop all this knowledge? It gives them this implied backstory. For instance, let's take a look at Patrick O'Brien.
That kind of be like Varius in his, like, the amount of knowledge and things that he knows about Beastman rituals, Beastman history, and everything is like, do you know like everything about all the Beastmen? He's like, yeah, probably, I've been studying them my entire fucking life. Like, it's just a fascination of mine. It's like, how does that work in with your, I guess it's like creative boost for your creativity, for your like songs and dances? It's like, nah, I don't really do that kind of thing, because his plays are more like, he's the Shakespeare, basically. So his plays like push the boundary of like, morals and fighting against the system, gaining too much power, kind of stuff like that.
And Commander series. We see a character, Stefan Maturin, always know a ton about anatomy, because he is always dissecting all sorts of animals, from monkeys to toads to, gosh, all sorts of things, horses even. And we're fascinated by his fascination and his sort of widespread knowledge of the anatomy of all sorts of different animals. That kind of expertise just makes him into a much more interesting character. And lastly, expertise can create a cognitive dissonance that feels very true to real life. Thomas Harris wrote Silence of the Lambs, which gave us the wonderful character of Hannibal Lecter. But what's great about Hannibal Lecter is he's not just a cannibal, right? Which you would think a cannibal would be sort of this low-rent person who doesn't know much at all, but he has incredible knowledge of Renaissance artwork and Florentine architecture. His expertise is directly in contrast with what you think a cannibal would be. The third step in creating a full-blooded human on the page is to give them the tragic flaw.
Tragic flaw.
For this one, we're going back, way back, all the way to Aristotle, because in his Poetics, he talked about giving characters hamartia. This is a Greek word. It is often translated as something like tragic flaw. And what this does is it makes characters feel very relatable to the reader. They're not perfect. They're just like us. And this can be a character who's good in almost every single category of their lives, but there's one thing that trips them up and that ruins them. Let's look at an example from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, specifically the character Boromir. This guy is brave, he is an excellent warrior, but he has a tragic flaw in that he has a desire for power. He dreams of what power the ring could give him, and that desire for power ends up making him commit a terrible mistake with Frodo in trying to get the ring. But I think it's equally important to note that a really good character trait can also be a fatal flaw. There's a German book called Michael Kohlhaas, written by a guy named Henrik von Kleist. Now, Michael Kohlhaas is the most upstanding guy. He has a farm which he works on very faithfully. He's an excellent father who is raising really good and moral children, and every single one of his neighbors absolutely loves him. But his sense of justice, this is his fatal flaw, turns him into a robber and a murderer. I love that something you would normally think of as being a really positive thing, a sense of justice, can, in some circumstances, lead your character or your protagonist to do awful things. The fourth step in creating an amazing character is the wrong memory technique. This technique is about characters misremembering their past and then what that wrong memory says about them as a character. So I did my MFA at the University of Southern California, and we once had a speaker come who had written an anti-memoir. And
Welcome back, book. The technique, remember the past wrong. So you have what actually happened in the past, and then how the character remembers the past.
he gave an example where in his memoir, he goes to this person's house and he's like, hey, I lived here when I was younger. I grew up in this house. I spent 20 years of my life here. Can I look around? So they spend an hour showing him all around the house, and like he's really reliving all these memories. And then at the
You know those kiosks that vend out scratch tickets? We need to do that with gift cards too. You enter all the information into the kiosk for the gift card you want to buy, apply any coupon deal card, then pay, and only then would the kiosk program and vend the card. Some more gift card spoofing. I'm confused, Sean. The whole point of not having automated gift card systems is so people can't spoof money with it. Eating a hot dog and a wrap with ketchup and shredded cheese. Hell yeah, book.
end, he looks in a closet, and where there should have been a hole cut in the ground, there was no hole. And he realized this was not his childhood home. And 5 minutes later, he realizes, he looks down the road and sees, oh, that's my actual childhood home. I tell that story because you want to come up with something that you
Just let people use fake money.
your character misremembers, and then find an opportunity for someone else to correct their errant memory. But what I think is really key is you need a why. Why would they
Marissa Furry, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you an enjoyer of spreading ideas and creative thought and using your imagination? No more, lol. People will open the packaging and steal all the information off the card, and then when you activate the card, their computer auto-spends the money before your gift receipt can do so. Yes. Awesome. What do you write? What is your genre? What do you enjoy? I kind of write pretty much everything. I'm writing a Final Fantasy inspired novel and a bunch of short stories. Like today we're doing a scientific medical mystery about left-handed chiral clones. But if you want, you can join the Discord, and we have the public story section. If you want me to read anything, you can pop anything in there. And then we have the Writers Unleashed community, where if you want to promote anything, feel free to drop anything that you have for, you know, self-promotion and stuff like that. Always a good time. Oh, I've got croutons. These are croutons, and there are croutons in the wrap as well. That's interesting, book buyer. I've never thought of, because I like crunch up chips to put on hot dogs. I've never thought about croutons though. I'll have to try that one time. That sounds like a really good idea. Actually, it sounds like that'd be really good. Cool. Hell yeah, Brissa.
Remember that thing. What does it say about them that they're remembering something badly? There can be a tendency to just make your characters too perfect. They remember everything exactly how it happened. And instead, I think it's more true to life if you showcase some faulty memories, some scattered memories. The fifth step in creating characters for your book is
a little healthier than chips. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Got that dog in you? True, Levi. Okay, what is this one?
is the technique of the indirect.
The indirect self-portrait. Oh, is this like what the character believes they look like versus what they actually look like? Like kind of like a self-bias about yourself? Indirect self-portrait. Yes, a jumbo-sized one. Always has to be jumbo. 12 inches or go home.
Self-portrait. How your character describes others often says a lot more about them than it does about the person that they're describing. And you can use this because sometimes it's difficult for a narrator to do a lot of work describing themselves. You know that old cliche technique of like the character looks in a mirror and then describes what they see? You don't want to do that, right? I think it's so much smarter to have that character look at others. And by the way that they describe others, we learn a lot about them. Let's look at Humbert.
It's like looking through their eyes at the world and the things that they notice. And this is another thing that I was like saying is like the way that manipulating the way that people perceive the world to a point where it's like you could ask two characters that you know were at, like, let's say there's an event. Your third character witnesses event, knows that both these characters are there, and you've heard the event from this character. And then this character describes the event to these other two people, or gets these other two people to describe the event to them, and each of them describes it completely differently, to the point where you know as the reader that all three of them are wrong. And there's like one detail from this one that's wrong, and it's kind of like, you know, you have to jumble them together to figure out, oh, what were the actual details. Ad break. Fucking ads. God. Ads. Why? Why? But yeah, we're gonna take a toke, cause ads. It's something I'm good. But for all you G's out there, fuck you. Sorry, I missed your message there, Brissa. Day is going great. We are here. We are ready. We are pumping it out. We need to use these techniques to create character profiles for these characters for this story. Once we figure out... we kind of know what... Fun fact, multiple accounts of the same event describing things the same way can be a very good indicator they've agreed on a lie. Oh, that's an interesting subtext there, Levi. I like that. Obviously it's not true because everyone's saying the same thing happened. And no one ever says the same thing happens. Hot dog has been devoured. Hell yeah, book.
Lolita for an example of this. When he's describing Charlotte Hayes, who is Lolita's mother, he describes her in quite like an ugly, vicious way. A shiny forehead, a weak solution of another woman. So what does this tell us about him? Well, it tells us that he's much more attracted to the daughter than he is to characters of his own age. And when he's describing Claire Quilty, who's kind of like a rival for Lolita's attention, he describes him as being arrogant and cunning and having a monstrous nature. And as he keeps on describing this man, we start to recognize as readers, you're kind of describing your own traits, right? This is who you are, but you're projecting it on someone else because you can't bear to admit to yourself, like, that's actually who you are. So
Projection!
you need to have your character describe others in very strong terms.
One question, I think drawing is harder, in my opinion. Well, it's two completely different things, right? It takes two completely different types of skills. But both take quite a bit of imagination and creativity, right? Unless, like, in both cases, like, you're tracing or copying or using, like, inspiration for, like, you know, imitation. Yes, one is more technical and one is more abstract. Yeah, exactly. But that also comes down to the personality that you have, right? And what are your strengths, right? But we will be on our art arc. October is the plan for the art arc. And then we'll spend probably like 6 months working on drawing. And we'll just like incorporate that in, right? Just as another small section to the stream. Describe others strongly, but make readers doubt its accuracy. And is there another one?
Then two, you need to find ways to make the reader suspect perhaps that is not an accurate depiction.
Fewer people have a ton of experience with art. Everyone writes all the time. That's very true, Levi. Even if it's not creative writing, our world revolves around reading and writing because of computers. It may not be reading a book, but, you know, all social media is reading. All news is basically reading. Like internet news, not like TV news, right? Information is mostly reading. But it's all... I still need to get my average viewership up. So close to affiliate, I can taste it. Nice book. Hell yeah.
Of that person, but it says a lot about the character who is doing the describing. The sixth step in developing your characters is the spiritual side. I feel like the spiritual
side. Congratulations, you're level 1, Brissa! Do you have a pet? I have a cat. Might stream again in a bit. I need to get back to it. True book. Oh, okay, another question. Do you have a dog? No. Book has a dog. I have a cat, though.
The component of characters is often completely ignored or passed over, but I think it's a very essential part of who so many people are, like their very core beliefs about God and the world and like what our purpose is. When I read a book like Gilead by Marilyn Robinson, it is impossible to think about John Ames apart from his deep spirituality. It influences the way he struggles with forgiveness, with the way he wonders at just the natural world.
Struggles with forgiveness, wonder at ordinary existence. Speaking of spirituality, I'll be starting RCIA next month. Not sure what that is, Levi.
And the way he wrestles with deep theological questions like salvation. So here are 5 steps I want you to go through with your own character to determine their spiritual proclivities. First, start with their basic religious identity. Are they a dyed-in-the-wool believer, or are they only on Christmas and Easter sort of cultural believer? 2, think about their religious history. How did they grow up? What was their childhood like? What were people...
Rite of Catholic initiation of adults. One question, what breed of cat? I have no idea. It's like a small black cat. Ah. So the rite of Christian initiation of adults is a process within the Catholic Church designed for adults who seeking to become members of the Catholic Church, either through baptism or by completing some initiation into the Church, converting and Eucharist, confirmation in Eucharist if they were previously baptized in another Christian tradition. Interesting. Cool. If you don't know what breed, it's safe to guess American short hair or long hair, depending on the coat. It's a short hair. Some people say black cats are unlucky, but sometimes they say black cats are lucky. My cat's a black cat. Black short hair. She's got like white paws and like a white nose. She's got little boots, you know. That's tuxedo, not black. Look at this, like, paws? Paws are white? It's a black fucking cat. It's got a tiny bit of white on it. Lived to about 20-ish. Damn. Was married on Friday the 13th and got a black cat as a wedding present. Damn, Sean, that's badass. You got some lore up in there, bro.
Around them, what did they believe? 3, focus on how they have changed over.
Sorry, Scott, but your cat is not allowed to wear dreads.
Cats are obsessed with me even though I can't stand them. My cat can do whatever it wants, that's why they're obsessed with you. Because you don't care about them. Yeah, cats are arrogant fucks. They're like, pay attention to me, you motherfucker. You better pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. And then if you pay attention to them, they're like, get away from me. It was a lucky one, too, because it's in September. So every time 9/11 came around, emergency must get anniversary present. I had a black cat and a ginger cat, but my ginger cat died. Got ran over by a car. My black cat ran away. Damn, bro. So that's brutal, man. That's fucking brutal. Cats like people who respect their space. Also quiet people. That's why cats like don't like me. My cat's talkative, and I always had talkative cats, so I talk to my cats.
Time, how have their spiritual beliefs evolved over decades? How has their faith changed from the faith of their childhood? 4, look for pivotal moments in their life that either bolstered their faith, perhaps they saw a miracle or something, or really challenged their faith, say they experienced something really traumatic. And 5, think about socially, who did they hang out with? Do they hang out with people who believe things exactly like they do, or do they hang out with a wide variety of people with holding a large variety of beliefs? The last thing I will say on this topic is that there are thousands, tens.
My dog talks to me whenever I get her in trouble. She says sorry. Cats understand every word you say. They may choose to ignore you, but they understand. Just watch how quickly their ears perk up when you praise them. True, Sean.
Of thousands of books where somewhere in the middle there's a moment where the character stops and asks some sort of deep existential theological question of, do you believe in God? What that does is it gives weight not only to the character because we get to hear what they think about the big questions in life, it also gives a type of gravitas.
There are a few exceptions to that, but yes, cats 98% of the time understand you. I have no idea what to do with cats. I feel like you can't just pet them like dogs. 2 dogs, a female and a male. Nice.
Cost to the book itself because we realize that you are wrestling with the real stuff.
You
the
admire
stuff that
them.
really matters, the big questions. The 7th character development is kind of an
praise
exercise,
them.
and it is called the.
You go, I said nice little kitty. You're so cute. Oh, look at you. You're such a nice little cat. Oh, yes. Come here. You're such a good little girl. Did you work? You do work. You do like those. Yeah, that's right. Keep purring. You love it. You love it, don't you? Yes, you do. You do. You love it. That's how I treat my cat. You adore them from a distance and feel honored if they choose to use you as furniture. Fairly aggressively. Female King Curso. And I have a Chihuahua mixed with a Pluto male. Small dogs.
Single body.
Alright, number 7, the single body part. Is this something that makes them stand out?
Sometimes when you are trying to describe the entirety of a person and you mention 7 or 8 or 10 things about them,
Oh, is this like spreading it apart so you only do like one single body part like at a time and slowly build up what the character looks like? Everyone immediately thought of the belly button, right? Cats are delicate, most dogs are sturdy. Belly button for what? I thought like not an individual body part. I'm confused. Is that supposed to be a joke? Levi seems to be having a good time of it. I don't know, I'm just too, I don't know, that went over my head, bro.
reader gets lost in the details. So what I would...
Immediately after I read single body part, I thought belly button. Big dogs are sturdy, but small ones are pretty fragile. Cats famously have 9 lives. Yup.
recommend is to focus on a single part of your character's body. Take some time and describe it at length. Now, if you can't come up with a singular body part, I would recommend, as a default, is describing the hands. Hands are wonderful. They say so much about a person. You can talk about their size, you can talk about their power, you can talk about how weathered they are, you can talk about what sort of movements they make. You want to describe those character hands in a way that gives the reader...
Yes, but I've dropped my tiny Yorkies and they were absolutely fine, and dogs don't land on their feet like cats. I have a big dog and a small dog. My dog is female. Yeah, you already said that, Brissa. Right, single body part at length. I just thought of like an arm or like a scar or something, like some sort of trait.
A broader sense of who that person is. In many ways, their hands, or whatever other body part you've chosen, becomes a microcosm of who they are. For an example of this, look at Herman Melville's Moby Dick, where you have Captain Ahab with an ivory leg. It is a symbol of what the white whale has done to him. It is a ever-present symbol that he wants to get revenge for that thing. And it says so much about him as a character because there is something missing about him, some part of him that is missing.
Man, I'm
or
so
take a
bad.
look at Cyrano de Bergerac.
Dick. It's a dick. You're a tonberry? A tonberry is a... It's a creature in Final Fantasy. Little green dudes. See, there you go. You got your Moogle, your Tonberry, your Cactuar. You're just missing the Kate Sith. Do you know they don't actually have the real Mona Lisa at Louvre?
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze.
I have no idea.
Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can
Jesus.
love.
Fuck! It's just a painting of her, apparently. Like, did the stream freeze? Lucky. Wait, did I... Wait, what? Yeah, okay. I thought something was going on there, Beezus. I love snake spiders, kind of, and iguanas, and then blue tongue skin. Interesting. He's like, did you know they don't have the real Mona Lisa? Just a painting of her. And I was like, oh, come on, man. Seriously? it's so bad it's good, Beezus. It's so bad it's good. Because you're just stealing all the wins. I had a blue Russian cat too. Oh, nice. I've never seen one of those before.
Bergerak's nose, hers gargantuan schnoz. That nose defines everything about him. It is a barrier to love. It influences his own self-perception because he feels like he's ugly because of it. And it really gives him a huge lack of confidence in his life. How many of you have actually seen that play? Or at least...
Did you hear they're making an all-female remake of Angry Men? Oh God, Levi. If this is a joke, this is gonna be bad. What is it? It's called 12 Women. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. Oh my God, Levi. I knew that was coming. Thinking of making gender fluid characters. Feels bad, man. I'm sorry, book buyer. It's just one of those things. You know, jokes are funny. Hey, Muffin, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I love the Pokemon there, Brissa. I noticed you didn't stream today. I need to lose points. Make me unlucky. Fine then. Gamble. All. Add points. Book. Buyer. There, you have 0 points. I don't know why it gave you 0 points. I was going to give you infinite points. But I guess it gave you 0 points. Hell yeah. It is what it is.
In these videos, and I'm like, I don't know whether anybody's getting my examples. In general, I try to give a very...
Damn, 169,000. Damn, Muffin sells 466k points. That's insane. You don't have any crystalline shards. Aw, poor Pepe face.
Very wide range of examples, but you tell me whether I'm giving too many that you've never heard of or too popular. The 8th step in building incredible characters is from stereotypes.
From stereotypes to archetypes. Feel like drawing, but I'm not really good at drawing. Oh, you don't have to be good, Brissa. Everyone thinks they have to be good. Have you seen, what is it? The, yeah. Like shit like this. That like like draw every day for 100 days, and how good you can get at drawing after just 100 days. Like here, I'll link this in the chat if you guys want to check it out. I know so many people that have done this, and like they're just amazing at drawing. But yeah, this day one is about where I'm at. Remember, you're never going to get worse. You're only going to get better. Oh shit, there. Wait, you added one? I'm so confused. Gamble all. Too fast. Try again.
To archetype. Stereotypes are the cliche of characterization. They're a character that we kind of know already, that we've seen a dozen times. They don't stand out as...
I really want to be a streamer, but I don't have, like, the equipment for streaming. Brissa, it's not about having the equipment. You don't need the equipment. You don't really need anything. You need the will to go live. And the will to improve over time. That's all you need. Don't let not having a mic, not having a cam, not having a... You don't need a mic. You don't need a cam. They help, but you don't need them. Look at Muffin. Muffin literally streams on his 360. Just, you have to have the will to go live. Yeah, all you need is OBS. You just... All you have to do is have the will to go live. And then just build it up from there. I don't know what's wrong, Book. You broke it. I don't have any points. I don't know what's wrong, Book. It doesn't like you. I don't know what to say.
Being a unique human being, they're more of like a type. Now, an
Maybe refresh the page, book buyer.
archetype is more of a deep, universal pattern that resonates across many cultures. The mentor, the trickster, the hero. But it's a mistake to stop at the archetype. Archetypes are more like the skeleton of your character, and you have to do some work to flesh them out. So look at the mentor archetype. A stereotype would be a wise old man sitting...
Nice, I have points! Gimme, 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 gimme! Yes! Yes! Okay, let's go again. Fuck. Fuck! Guys, I need money. Guys, I need money. Can anyone give me their points? I lost all my money. Now I need points. Fuck yeah, okay, thanks, Muffin. Thanks, Muffin. What? This is bullshit. I hate this game. Guys, I quit.
in a
Fuck
cave,
this.
stroking his beard,
Levi _J Robinson cheer Dax 10. Thank you so much, Levi
Thanks for the bits, Levi.
Support is much appreciated. Less than 3 plus 1.
Thank you so much for the bits, bro. I really appreciate
I'm
it.
giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a Venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's
I'm living
friend.
in an apartment and I'm poor as hell. That's okay, Brissa. I was just making a joke about points, you know? Don't ever feel obligated to ever monetarily support a streamer. The best way to support a streamer is just to watch their content and give them feedback on their content. Too many people are fixated on a monetary value. You want deep personal feedback from people so that you can improve yourself and improve the stream. He's an Epo baby, Brissa. He's set. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't appreciate and encourage looking up in life. You know? I may not have to worry about whether I have to pay, like, I can afford to pay my bills or not. And, like, I'm very privileged in the fact that I don't have to worry about that. But, you know, I never want to belittle anyone's struggle with it, because I understand what it's like, because I spent 8 years you know, that shit looming over my head. So it's totally understandable.
Advice. But you take that core element and transform that mentor character into a fast-talking 23-year-old who's had 8 failed companies but is a successful entrepreneur with his 9th company. It's the same archetypal role, like this is someone who's dispensing advice to your protagonist, but now it feels...
No, it doesn't matter. It's because of my seizures. It's all, there's no reason to be sorry about it. It's just a simple fact of life. And it's not like I was born that way. It's the fact of my dad went through 7.5 years of hell so he could settle with the government and get what he was owed and deserved. Nepo baby, basically it means your parents have a lot of money and that you never have to worry about anything because your parents are basically super rich. And it's not that my parents are like super rich, it's just I'm lucky enough to be in a situation where my parents are rich enough that they can support me if they need to, you know. So I can, you know, it's not like I'm blazing around like a bum like I was doing for 8 years with my seizures. You know, basically using my seizures as an excuse instead of, you know, getting up on my feet. Well, true Nepo babies are usually, like, for instance, Hunter Biden is a Nepo baby. A true Nepo baby spends it all on a cat. Was broken already. Ads! We got ads incoming, guys. Yeah. Brissa, money is a brutal thing to you know, have and deal with. Because a lot of people don't know how to... Honestly, the Nepo baby example I usually think of is Zendaya. I don't even know anything about Zendaya. I don't even know why... It's like, why does she only have one name? Of all the actresses, of all the people of ever, why does she only have one fucking name? I spent $10K on my dog when she was dying. It's understandable, book. I know people that have spent more on their animals. And the animals still died. But they died of old age and not disease. But anyways, back to the video.
And original. Or consider a character like the Trickster.
Mine died because of me. Damn, book, that's harsh. My dog has trauma.
A stereotype would be a smooth talk and con artist in an expensive suit. Or you could take the trickster archetype and then transfer it into someone you wouldn't expect, like an old librarian who ends up being super sneaky and intelligent and working their way around a lot of other people. It's enough of a variation that it feels fresh and new, and you're still tapping into all those archetypal powers, but you're not making it seem as though, oh, the reader is gonna say, I've seen this 1,000 times before. All right, we got 2 more to go. The 9th step is the competence paradigm.
Fucking ads. Because her brothers were basically beating her up when she didn't live with us and the landlord doesn't let big dogs live in her apartment. Dogs can be brutal to each other sometimes. Let's take another toke, guys. Go for the toke. Toke for the go. Going, token, and doing and gotten. Gotten, 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 gone. Number 9, the competence paradox.
This is when your character's greatest skill actively prevents them from getting what they want. In general, it is a fantastic idea to have your character's greatest strength also be their greatest weakness. Look, one of Sherlock Holmes' greatest strengths is just this obsessive focus on details. And yet, that way his mind works leads him to a lot of drug addiction with opium and with morphine and with heroin. Yes, he's brilliant and can do so much stuff, but at the same time, he has an inability often to connect emotionally with others. Or look at Ned Stark in Game of Thrones. His greatest strength is probably like his unwavering honor and righteousness. The guy's just a really honorable dude. And yet, this is a world in which integrity and honor often aren't rewarded, and his enemies take advantage of that. And he isn't able to navigate the political intrigue. So I have 2 pieces of advice for you. 1, create situational irony.
Create situational irony.
Put your character into situations where their greatest strength becomes a kind of liability. And 2, a second idea is to show progressive transformation. Show how their strength slowly transitions into a kind of weakness. Or you could reverse it as well and have some sort of weakness of theirs transition into a strength. The 10th and final way that you're going to work on creating a dynamite character is to...
I like big crew a lot in my life, but I want to do a live stream to talk about what I've been through. Well, I mean, it's fair enough. A lot of people are interested in other people's stories. You just got to make it sound interesting, right? You know? Some of the most popular stories on the internet are the most fucked up stories. Because people love that shit.
To contrast with neighbors. Say your protagonist is not exactly like the best person in the world, but you want them to appear good because you want the reader to relate to them and identify with them. Okay, I got a trick for you. When you want to make your morally gray character seem better, what you do is you put them next to morally bankrupt people. Because when they're next to that person, they don't seem nearly as bad. Jay McInerney has this book called Bright Lights, Big City. And the narrator...
Oh, I hate my neighbor. Fair, Brissa, fair.
The narrator isn't exactly a good human being, but his best friend, Tad Allagash, this guy is something else. With the amount of drugs that he is doing and the way he gets around with the ladies, you're like, well, in comparison, the narrator's not so bad. Or look at Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy. Yes, the kid and all the rest of the party are like pretty terrible human beings, but compared to the judge, who is literally Satan embodied in human form, they're like, okay, maybe they're not like the worst of the bunch.
I don't even have my own room in this apartment. Damn, that sucks, Brissa.
Also, a technique used in Breaking Bad. Yes, Walter White is not that great of a human being, but when you compare him to guys like Crazy 8 and Tuco Salamanca, you're like, okay, I identify a lot more with Walter, actually. And just remember that the opposite also holds true. If you have a character you're trying to make appear much worse, position them next to characters who are just decent, good, moral human beings, and they will appear like the true bad guy. I hope you enjoyed that, and if you need some more help with character building, watch one of my other videos on it.
True. Well, there we go, guys. That was well-rounded characters. So here is the link to the video. Go give them a shout out. Oh, another thing I was gonna say. Check this out, guys. Guys, this is the coolest thing ever. This is the fucking coolest thing ever, guys. I'll show it to you in a sec here. Just let me, I start making catalogs of these for the reacts. So check out. He actually responded. Thank you. I'm confused why I didn't do better as well. I'm like, damn. Because, yeah, that video was so good. But I thought that was amazing that he responded. I was like, yes. Egg salad. That's so dope.
Maybe he didn't do a good job marketing it.
That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny, Levi. I love it. Yeah. Absolute failure of a marketing strategy on a video that's all about how to market. That is absolutely perfect. But it's usually something people skip over. They don't really care about marketing. They care about, you know, writing a good book and improving their writing. Which is fair enough, right? But okay. So, if no one has anything they want me to read, then I think we're gonna go and we're gonna do another chapter of the Flame or Fire and Flame. Is that what it is? No, it's the Frost and Flame. Yes. This world is fucking intense. Continue reading. Next chapter. Okay, here we go. Love reading books? Hell yeah. So this one is basically like, there's the prince, and he is now king, and he is the 10th calamity. When he was born, an endless winter began, and people, basically, there's rumors that he is the reason for, for spring to have disappeared, but it's not confirmed. People treat him pretty terribly, and there are people who trying to assassinate him and destroy his ascension to the throne, specifically one of his brothers, because everyone wants to see spring, everyone wants to see the sun again. So it's a drama book, basically. It's a slow burn romance, because a gay romance, because the king and one of his childhood friends basically fall in love, but the guy is supposed to murder him. Instead of killing him, they basically run away from the empire and leave the empire. At least that's what the synopsis of the story is leading towards. Yeah, it's MM, but it's very, very slow. They don't really get together until 3/4 of the way through the book. Damn, book, that's almost max gay aura. Boom, what do I get? Only 526? That's not true. It's more 800 or 900. But anyways, yeah. So, and it's set in a Korean setting. It's a very Korean drama, in a fantastical world, but very much Renaissance type, feudal society. My Fujoshi energy just maxed out. Bokjo-sen, Year of the Tiger, 19th winter. I fear the great spirits, only they could destroy the white eye, and once dead, they would take my soul to the silent realm, my memories, your voice. Reflections of King Yi Huan. Nice, you're still up there, Muffin, don't worry. The books that I like, or Wings of Fire, or drama books and Babysitter's Club, interesting. We're almost equals. True, Muffin. Hall of Frost was an ancient pavilion hidden deep within the inner gardens of the royal palace. It did not appear on official maps, and the servants who tended to it were chosen through tradition, loyalty, or convenience, with no right to speak of their clandestine services within the court of ice. There, tea was served with the silence of phantoms. The air was thick with a deep, earthly fragrance. Fermented leaves preserved since last autumn, bitter chrysanthemum petals, and a faint trace of aged ginseng. Because there's no flowers, and there's nothing in the real world, because everything is ice. So these are great symbols of the spring, of something that they've lost. It was tea for old men, for long, dangerous conversations. Braziers turned with aromatic wood of red pine and camphor, filling the chamber with a warm mist that blurred the edges of the gilded screens. Gathered, there were 5 high-ranking ministers, all from the old guard of the Court of Ice. Seo Gyom of the Minister of Rights, Minister of Nam of Finance, Han of War, Minister Eam of Justice, and the shadowy head of the Internal Discipline, whose name was rarely spoken aloud. None had yet touched their cups. The silence was thicker than the tea. I clicked back because I was like, Braziers? The eunuch Choi, began Soi Gyom, stroking his chin, has mourned far too long for a man who claims to remember nothing of the assassin. There were no witnesses, and yet when the guards found the king's corpse, he was already there, wounded, silent, as if waiting for them, added the Minister of Justice, his voice cold. And what has he said since? Asked the Minister Nam, though he already knew the answer. Nothing. He has chosen silence. He does not weep. Furthermore, he barely eats. He rarely even complains of the cold in his cell, but his eyes, said Im, crossing his arms, his eyes have seen more than the great spirits permit a man to see. An uneasy hush fell upon the room. The brazier cracked, spitting a spark. Then the head of discipline spoke, his voice a whisper barely above breath. We may take him to the judgment of truth, not out of cruelty, but in the name of justice. See, this is a bit cliche for me. Very true. The others looked at him. Brissa, yes, I stream every day at the same time, 12:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, 11:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Without exception, every day we go hard, and we learn, and we read, and we write, and we create. And then we play some fucking video games, because we gotta relax a little bit at some point in time, right? You gotta have a break in between everything, and just like a chill down moment. Everything can't be always an upbeat, right? You want to have those moments, but you need the ups and downs. We were playing Uma Musume for a bit. Monster Hunter Wilds is mainly what we're playing right now. I want to go back and do another Elden Ring run through. What was the other one we were playing? Oh, Path of Exile. Some random indie games here and there. Action. Like, I kind of want to get the DLC for Lies of P. But I'm not sure yet. Are you speaking of awakening the Heite? Seogyeom asked, almost with dread. The Temple of Truth hasn't been opened since the war in the third winter. Do you play Ark or Fortnite or Minecraft or Roblox? That's what I play. No, but, Brissa, Muffin plays Minecraft. I've played Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. But yeah, if Muffin's here, he's a Minecraft enthusiast. Murmured Minister Nam. The Heite slumbers beneath the sealed altar. If we awaken it, no lie will escape. If Choi lies, he will be devoured. And if he speaks the truth, asked Im, more out of duty than conviction, then we must fear that truth even more, replied Chief Hyeon of Discipline. The 5 men exchanged glances, and in each other they saw not allies, but accomplices. Seogyeom finally took the first sip of tea. It was bitter, as it should be. Gets better, there's more updates, and it's basically better than Roblox or Fortnite. That's in my opinion. Yeah, the game has evolved so much since when I played it that it's like, I see people play it and I don't even realize, like, I'm like, how the fuck is this Minecraft? Like, the guy who made the entire universe, like, the entire observable universe in Minecraft. It's like, what the fuck? Good morning, Eddie in the Mix! How's it going, brother? Welcome, welcome! How are you, good sir? Then it's, Unanimous. We shall propose it to the king. Let the spirit's judgment decide. But if the king refuses, then we must involve the scholars and other court members, included the Minister of Justice. No one may lie before a hete. Its summon is sacred law, binding even for the king. He tilted his head as if he could already hear the growl of the ancient beast. It is indisputable. Pump up the jam! Pump up the jam! I think I found the continuity error. Isn't the king dead? No. Like I said, the king died. Yi Huan was the prince. He was inaugurated 2 chapters ago. So Yi Huan is the new king. They're talking about Yi Huan's father. And Yi Huan's father made a pact with a hete. This is actually really important backstory with the hete. So what they're talking about is basically the king, after Yi Huan was born, made a pact with a hete that everyone would forget what spring was. And on Yi Huan's 19th birthday, the price for the pact was the king's death. And the eunuch they're talking about witnessed both of these events, the summoning of the hete and the death of the king. And he knows who the assassin is, and he's not allowed to say anything. So I'm curious what will happen if he's summoned in front of the hete, and the hete recognizes him. So that's going to be very, very interesting. But yeah, there's just some backstory for it. What Pokemon do you like? I'm not really a Pokemon person, but probably my favorite Pokemon would probably be... It's between like Kyogre.
Felicipod 1.
It's between like Kyogre and Lugia. Probably Kyogre. Of course, said another, that is, if the hete still wishes to answer mankind. I'll turn to Minister Han, who too sipped his tea. His expression, carved from stone, changed only slightly as he spoke. What we seek is not justice, Nam added, but certainty. Truth could tear our kingdom apart as surely as lies, but even a clean cut is better than this slow poison consuming us. Mine is between shiny requires and shiny Charizard. Golisopod. Golisopod? I don't even know what that is. Levi, what's a Golisopod? Silence of grim assent followed. They each knew what was at stake. Then the Minister of Finance broke the pause with a dry cough. Speaking of poisons and remedies, there is another matter we must consider before facing His Majesty. The ministers looked at him. He slid a rolled scroll across the table. The Minister of War took it and opened it without ceremony. Court of Mists, he murmured, frowning. I've sent envoys to the south, the Finance Minister explained. I aim to seal a pact with the ruling families of Soi Rong. I've offered the youngest daughter as consort to the king. Minister Im raised an eyebrow. A marriage alliance, now. Not merely that, another minister added, lowering his voice. Rumors say that beneath the eternal south ice, something long hidden from the rulers of Bok Joseon slumbers. A cursed weapon, so say the Jisang, and loose tongues. Touched by the flame of chaos, the Court of Mists has sought it for generations. Gal Isopod. Isopod? He's a water bug type from Alola. Well, that's pretty badass. Yeah, I could definitely see that, Levi. Yeah, that's pretty fucking badass. Isopods are a real animal. You should be able to say that part. Isopods?
Isopods.
Check to see if you sold any more books. I mean, sure, book buyer. Or between Charizard X Full Art or Bubble Mew. Nope. No books today. Not merely, okay, and what better way to approach the throne and thus that divine gift than through marriage? Continued the Minister of Finance, his smile clouded. All neatly wrapped in humility and duty, as the bastards of the frozen fog always do. Those are the most expensive cards, in my opinion. Yeah, I probably. Seo Gyom closed his eyes for a moment. Then the eunuch Choi's judgment will be only the beginning. We must not only guard the truth, but also decide how to deal with those who would unearth the dormant spiritual relics of the South. The men nodded slowly. War did not always begin with swords. Sometimes it began with weddings, soft words, and sweet smoke in a chamber where no one trusted anyone. And in the court of mists, the promise of a spiritual weapon beneath the ice awaited them. Mysteries of the world grow deeper. Hell yeah. If you guys want to check out the story, I guess I'll just go to the main story, and then I'll link that to you guys. If you want to go check it out and read it yourselves, give them some love, give them a follow, you know, all that. Give them a comment, maybe a review if you read the whole thing. It's 135 pages, though, so it's a pretty long book. But we'll slowly get there. And I keep forgetting to read Callie's story, and now I think Callie's gone, so... now... we can do... I guess we can do the commentary. Alright. So... this comes very much in a way of, who's truly at fault? Who should we put the blame on? Because I think we all know what society actually does. And I can think of tons of examples of this. Which is kind of funny. So I'm wondering how far this is going to go now. And we are, of course, talking about this. If it's graded, is worth more if you get a grade 10. I don't even know how much those cards are worth, but it's basically times 10. Nice. So yeah. So this shit. We're talking about this. Whose fault is it? Okay. So, in the recent controversy where the CEO of a company was exposed having an affair with his HR his head of HR on a Coldplay Kiss Cam at a Coldplay concert. There have been instances of people calling the blame to be placed on Coldplay. There have been many examples of this kind of response in the past, in history. You know what I saw when I was in the car ride with my mom? No, what did you see, Brissa? Hopefully it wasn't traumatizing. Let us analyze the idea of the perpetrator versus the exposer. Where should the blame lie? On the person who did the act, or the person who either willingly or unwillingly exposed it? You know who Elon Musk is, do you? No, who's Elon Musk? Is that a streamer? That's a dumb name, bro. Musk. What's a Telsa? What's a Telsa, Brissa? I'm just fucking with you, Brissa. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, of course I know who Elon Musk is. Sorry, it was just such an obvious question I had to fuck with you. Like cases in the past with, say, Julian Assange and what's the other guys? Do you know they launched a rocket ship? Yeah, didn't they just take the booster rocket out of the ocean? Like, yesterday? And what the fuck is the other guy's name? Edward Snowden, for recent examples. I saw that rocket ship. Nice, Brissa. That's fucking badass. Examples of how the public has placed the blame on the government has placed blame on exposer. So let's look at this situation as if the person who was caught, let's say, was the president, Donald Trump. Would there be a precedent for making Coldplay the enemy and ruining their careers in order to navigate the public eye away from the deed itself, just like with the previously mentioned people. So let's put this in two ways. One, what do you think? Who do you think should be blamed? And two, what do you think the ultimate outcome from the public's view in reality would be? Alright, I think this one's big, guys. I think this one's really big. So in the recent controversy where the CEO of a company was exposed having an affair with his head of HR on a Coldplay kiss cam at a Coldplay concert. Yeah, Donald Trump can die at any moment because he has this condition with his blood, and the news say he could die today. Yeah, but I highly doubt that, Brissa. That's just like fear-mongering from the media. Don't listen to the media. It's fucking stupid. You know, men of great power don't just drop dead. There are many things in this world that will keep them alive. There have been instances of people calling the blame to be placed on Coldplay. There have been many examples of this kind of response in history. Let us analyze the idea of the perpetrator versus the exposer. Where should the blame lie? On the person who did the act, or the person who either willingly or unwillingly exposed it? I hate Donald Trump. I could definitely see that. Like, my position is he's a scammer. He's a womanizer. He's a fraud. He's a liar. Anyone could die any day, but Trump's probably at no particular risk. Yeah. Which means he can fuck the system because he is, he knows the loopholes in the system. So he can use them to his advantage to actually enact some kind of change. Nobody cares what that change is as long as there's fucking change. He's just some guy. I had a flashback song stuck in my head. Heard it so many times on the radio I had to listen to it just to get it out of my head again in the house of stone and light. Interesting. Interesting, Sean. Alright, let's see what it says. Oh shit, I used my thinks. Oh right, I used my thinks earlier for, we created the Duart story. Actually, where the hell is it? Is it in here? No. It's in here, right? Is this the final version? Yeah. So we made this. So this is the Duart's adventure story. It's 36 minutes long. Just put on a different song. That's dope. Does that happen to anyone else? Having a song pop in their head, repeat out of nowhere, need to listen to it so they can stop? Yes, it's called an earworm. Yeah, it's singing in your ear. So you have to please it, and then it'll stop singing in your ear. Actually, straight up, let's just do a deep search with it. Deep search. Let's go.
This pleases the worm.
True. Well, there you go, Levi. Whatever pleases your earworm. It's really important. Keeps out, you know, keeps out the ugly thoughts. And I've thought a lot about the chirals and this scene of the guy inside of the asylum and like how he's basically gonna be treated. Do you know what song he's replaying in my head? No idea, Brissa. Hope by Extentation? Never heard of that. Man, it's really going hard into thought on this. Triple X Tent Shun. She's a rapper that died. Ah, remember Talks is middle-aged. Yeah, I'm fucking 34. I don't know shit about shit that's before, like... It was after, like, 2005 to, like, 2010. I mean, he's the rapper that died. Did they, like, recently die? I'm 46, so I got him beat, the whippersnapper. True, Sean, you're the old man. I'm just middle-aged. Oh. Damn, it's really thinking about this. I think I broke it. How did he die? I'm the balding blind
This
old
streamer is
man
garbage.
with
I don't
no
want this
drive.
on
Yes, I
channel
know. True. I think was in high school at the time, so it was a while ago. Shot up in his car. Well, like every rapper? Smokey? I smotey day? I smotedity? The smotedity? Sounds about right. How's it going, Smokey? How are you today, good sir? Welcome, welcome. You've company on Kick there. We actually have a true Kick viewer. And they took his money and then they like went on live and showed his money, but it's basically Triple X money. I don't know if Aphrodite approves of your new handle, Smokey. Smotedite. Man, it is really going hard on thinking about this. Smokey, you missed my live. Yeah, you missed Bookbuyer being live, Smokey. How could you? I mean, I did too, so I feel your pain. We missed the most amazing stream. I watched her live one before. Sure, I believe you, Smokey. I seen the bookshelves. No, not... Yeah, but that was live on my stream. She has her, like... You know, you gotta actually go watch her stream. That was just one stream, bro. I don't use Twitch. Smokey, you bastard. How dare you? Wrong emote? My dog, her name is Ninja, but she's a girl. Well, that's interesting, Brissa. Why is this taking so long?
Do not drink water. Do not
Ah,
brush your teeth.
Smokey!
Do not move your feet. Do not stretch.
God
Do not
damn
go
it,
to the
brother.
bathroom. Have another toast.
How dare you? Make me smoke fucking weed. You're so mean. And we're done with the amnesia, guys. We are now on to always moaning. Just take the darn toke. You better toke with me, Smokey. So you better be able to roll a joint in less than 3 seconds. Good. Sick toke. Okay, let's find out what it thinks. Ninja's stuffy like a ninja. Nice, Brissa, that's dope. Epic name. My cat's name is Daisy. George and Stanley, my pups. Nice names, Smokey. Epic names. It seems likely that the CDO should be blamed for engaging in the affair, as they are responsible for their actions, especially if it violated company policies. Research suggests the public would likely hold the CEO accountable, focusing on their conduct rather than blaming Coldplay for unintentionally exposing the affair. In a hypothetical scenario with Donald Trump, there might be attempts to shift blame to Coldplay, but the evidence leans towards the public still focusing on Trump's actions. Blame and responsibility. The name is cool for a cat. Daisy. Yeah, she's Daisy Dukes. Because she's like, she struts around. She's a little slut. You want feet? You know what, Sean? I mean, Smokey, I could add feet to the thing and then just bring the feet up on screen. My dog is biting my phone. That's never good, Brissa. I need to repaint my toenails, though. I am slacking. It's true. She's just a puppy. Ah, I see. You're bored, Book? Why are you bored? We're having an interesting conversation about who should take the blame. Should we blame the CEO or should we blame the band? Too brainy? Oh, I see. Why are you making Book bored? How dare you? Because, Smokey, sometimes my content is not for everyone. I know, it's unfortunate, but you can't make content for everyone. You can only make content that you can make that's, you know, entertaining. And whoever finds it entertaining, finds it entertaining. Now you're boring me. Fuck you, Smokey. You're such a bitch. Suck it up. Like, fuck, man. You're not here to watch the stream for entertainment. You're here to watch the stream because I told you to come here and watch the stream, and you might get laid. I know now what I am like. It's not a good look. What do you mean, Book? Joku Killer! Welcome, welcome! How's it going, brother? How are you? Have you written more of your story, bro? Have you written more of your story? I would love to fucking read it, man. Like I said, you got me itching. Oh, you have 12% left on your phone? Damn, Smokey. Well, you better go charge that shit, because you're stuck in here for the long run, sir. Blame and responsibility. The CEO is the individual engaged in the affair, bears primary responsibility, especially if it breached ethical or professional standards, such as conflicts of interest or power imbalances in the workplace. Coldplay, who unintentionally exposed the affair through their kiss cam, should not be blamed, as they had no intention to reveal personal conduct. No, you whisper to me? I don't understand. What do you mean you whisper to me? Do you mean I whisper to me on Twitch? I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. Oh, here you go. Fair. Fair enough. There you go. That's what it's all about, bro. Fuck yeah. Not the armpit.
Go back to normal, bitch.
I'd
This shit-ass
sniff it.
accent is killing me.
Well, I've written a bit, but it ain't a significant amount. But I did add illustrations to chapter 13. Oh, cool, Joku. Yeah, and I saw your pics in the Discord, dude. That shit's dope. Look at this shit, guys. I'm guessing that's Kyoen. Like, fuck, man. It looks so fucking badass. You checked everything to see what this is supposed to depict. And then his sister. Smokey, you can only ask questions if you donate. Fuck you. Well, I mean, if that's your prerogative, man, I know that's what your aim is, but it is what it is. Such as conflict of interest or power imbalances in the workplace.
I am just a poor
Coldplay.
farmer, why you bully me?
No, we can only ask questions if he leaves a review on your book. My dog is licking my armpit. There you go, Brissa. That's perfect right there. Smokey, I bully you because I know what you say is true. You'd have to read it first, Smokey. But I know you'd give it 1 star, and you say it's a piece of shit, and the person who wrote it is an idiot and they don't know what they're doing, and you should never read this book. Actually, you know what? You should read this book because you need to know how fucking bad it is. Does it have pictures? If words are pictures, then yes, it has pictures, Smokey. Sup, y'all? Hey, Raymond Dow, how's it going, good sir? How are you? Words are pictures, Smokey. Wait, I have an idea. I'm illiterate. Smokey, check this out. Okay, right? Okay, you go to the YouTube, right? And you go to the video, or wait, no, you go to Talk Stories, right? And you go to videos, and you watch all of the videos, right? And then You go to Royal Road. You look up intoxication. You go to my books. And then you rate all of the books. For instance, like Wrath of the Abyss. Well, that's Abyssal Siege. So if you watch this video... Well, I was getting to that book, and then I was going to say do it on Scribble Hub, and then go to Kindle and Amazon. I don't have internet here. Yeah. Same, bro. I live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Of course I don't have internet. Oh my god. But yeah, no, Smokey, you should definitely... You should have bought my books on Kindle and reviewed them. Anyone who bought my books should definitely review them. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you can read or not. All review... Everyone... Yeah, but you can still give it a 1-star review and say, I didn't read it, I don't know what it's about, I'm illiterate, but here's my review. It sucked. Right? Really, this is the worst video game I've ever played. There's no pictures, nothing moves. There's just squiggles on the screen. Fucking 1 star. My review is, I'm fucking illiterate, this book don't have no boobies or schlongs. 1 star. You guys should absolutely do that. You guys should absolutely go there and give these reviews. Like, the worst, most hilarious, ridiculous reviews. I don't know how you can do it, but you can do it. There you go. That's your guys' task for the day. That's your guys' homework, okay? Go leave the most ridiculous, stupid, idiotic 1-star review on, like, at least one of those. Maybe do one in, like, let's, like, maybe I don't speak English. The title looks ridiculous. The author's crap. I didn't stay for the class. I ain't doing the homework. Fair enough, book. Fair enough. Coldplay, who unintentionally exposed the affair through their kiss cam, should not be blamed if they had no intention to reveal personal misconduct. Public perception. Based on historical patterns of similar scandals and current online discussions, most people would likely focus on the CEO's actions. Holding them accountable rather than blaming Coldplay. This is supported by the nature of the exposure being unintentional, which reduces the likelihood of public backlash against Coldplay. Hypothetical scenario with Donald Trump. If Donald Trump were caught in a similar situation, there might be efforts by him or his supporters to shift blame to Coldplay, possibly accusing them of privacy invasion or conspiracy. However, given public and media scrutiny, it seems likely that the focus would remain on Trump's actions, especially if seen as a breach of trust or ethics rather than on Coldplay's. Dog, why are you researching that CEO thing? because we're doing the difference between perpetrator and exposer, and it didn't do it, but it's supposed to compare this. So with this comparison, why did Edward Snowden and Julian Assange get persecuted for their exposing documents? So this is like the comparison between why is it okay for a CEO to get exposed and everyone cares about the CEO, but when big government fuck-ups get exposed, it's always on the guy who exposed them. And I don't want no bullshit that, oh, it's because one is illegal. And it's illegal to... It can't be illegal to release documents of illegal activity. Because the illegal activity itself negates... You know, it's like the stupidest idea of, oh, if you've got the evidence through illegal means, the evidence is useless. No, you should use the evidence, but you should prosecute the person who took the evidence in a non-legal way. It shouldn't negate the evidence because you got it in a non-legal way. It's still fucking evidence. So that's kind of what this whole discussion is based around. Does that make sense, Joku? And I know it's like the scale is ridiculous, right? But it's a principle, right? Exposer versus the perpetrator. Who's it to blame? Well, the exposer. Well, then why, or the perpetrator? Well, then why is it that the exposer gets blamed when it's something that actually matters? Seems like the Edward Snowden and Julian Assange were persecuted for deliberately exposing classified documents which governments viewed as threats to national security. Research suggests the U.S. charged them under the Espionage Act for unauthorized disclosure. If those are obtained illegally, then yeah, but those got legally, I think. Yes, but I'm stating, Raymond Dow, that that should not be the case. Ads! We'll come back to this with ads, boys. But it's purely a statement of principle. And to show how the government has no principles when it comes to things, right? That's more of what the story we're trying to portray. I'm writing with one hand, by the way. Sure. Sure. Exactly, Raymond. Exactly. Okay, let's find out. For how many more hours are you going to stream today, by the way? How far are we into the stream? Probably 3 hours. Probably 3 hours, Joku. It's usually what it is. Between about 5 hours. It's usually how long the streams are. We are confusing ethics and morality with law. They are different logics. Yes, but the problem is, Raymond Dow, that people believe that laws are set in stone. Laws reflect the society. If the society changes, the laws change. So all we're advocating for is a change of laws, and stating that the law is not set in stone. It can be changed. That is the whole point of law, to evolve over time. Because if law was stagnant, we would never have any new laws. No loopholes would ever be fixed. Right? That's kind of one of the biggest problems we have, is people thinking that laws are set in stone. You get enough people together, and you get enough people to agree, you can do whatever you want. Including change laws. Look at Stop Killing Games. But, yeah. There is the difference between, like, and what the subtext contrast for this is how stupid people are the ones who generally have the most influence on stuff, because they're the majority. And they're the ones who are most easily manipulated, and thus they're the ones that cause this. Loopholes are eternal. Change of law won't eradicate the problems. But it will reduce them, Raymond. That is the thing. You know you can, just because you know you can never eliminate something. It's like, we know laws don't stop crime. Does that mean we shouldn't have any laws? No. It just means you have to understand that just because you have a law doesn't mean it's going to stop the crime. It is just a way to facilitate, you know, a process. But just because the law can be broken doesn't mean you shouldn't have the law. And this is where we're just like, take this as a principled stance. Make everything legal so crime rate drops to 0. Joku, that is an amazing idea. I'm just a random, ordinary, dumb person. But Book Buyer, you're not. You like, we're talking somebody who can't understand what a hypothetical is. Someone who, like, literally doesn't even know how to use the internet. Like, your average bottom line Walmart American. We are all geniuses compared to those people. Like, those are the people that can't stop watching Love Island. They watch Jersey Shore. And not just like, they're like fanatics, right? It's one thing to watch it, another thing to like revere it. They revere it. Like it's the greatest thing in the fucking world. My 600-pound life. Like, these are like TLC addicts. That's the level of intelligence I'm talking about. When the TV says Trump bad, they go, damn, Trump bad. Problem with arguments like closing loopholes will fix the problem isn't that it ignores the incentive structure, is that it ignores the incentive structures for the state to create these loopholes. These things are more a nature of the state rather than an unfortunate situation the state happens to find itself in. That's the problem of the ones with power will never change it to lessen. They would never, like, actively do anything to lessen their own power. It's not what someone with power does. Okay, so key points. It seems likely that Edward Snowden and Julian Assange were persecuted for deliberately exposing classified documents whose governments viewed as threats to national security. Research suggests the U.S. charged them under the Espionage Act for unauthorized disclosure, leading to legal consequences like exile for Snowden and imprisonment for Assange. There is controversy, with some seeing them as whistleblowers exposing government overreach, while others view them as traitors compromising security. Why were Snowden and Assange persecuted? Edward Snowden and Julian Assange faced persecution for their role in exposing classified government documents, which they did intentionally, unlike the unintentional exposure of the Coldplay Kiss Cam incident. U.S. government in particular saw their action as threats to national security, leading to legal charges under the Espionage Act. Snowden's case. Snowden, a former NSA contractor, leaked classified information about global surveillance programs, revealing how intelligence agencies monitored communications. He was charged with espionage and theft of government property, leading to the revocation of his U.S. passport and his eventual asylum in Russia, where he remains in exile as of July 2025. Assange's case. Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks, published classified documents, including those from Chelsea Manning and later Snowden. He faced charges under the Espionage Act for conspiracy to obtain and disclose national defense information, as well as allegations of hacking, as Assange was also dealt with Swedish sexual assault allegations, which he claimed were politically motivated to facilitate extradition to the U.S. After years of legal battles, he pleaded guilty to a felony charge in 2024 and was released after serving time in prison. Reasons for persecution. The main reason for their persecution was the deliberate nature of their actions. Governments, especially U.S., responded harshly because such leaks were seen as compromising national security, potential aiding adversaries, and undermining state authority. Snowden's leak revealed sensitive NSA blueprints with Assange's publications, including unredacted documents that put individuals at risk. This contrasts with the Coldplay incident, where blame should logically fall on the individuals involved in the affair, not Coldplay due to the unintentional exposure. Public opinion and controversy. Public opinion is divided, with some viewing Snowden and Assange as heroes for exposing government overreach and lack of transparency. Others see them as traitors who endangered security. This controversy highlights the complex balance between whistleblowing and national security and ongoing debates about their legal treatment and monitoring. Now let's see its conclusion. Conclusion: Number Snowden and Julian Assange were persecuted for deliberately exposing classified documents, which governments viewed as threats to national security, leading to charges under the Espionage Act and significant legal consequences. This contrasts with the Coldplay Kiss Cam incident, where the unintentional exposure did not result in blame for Coldplay. Public opinion remains divided, reflecting on the ongoing controversy around the actions of Snowden in exile and Assange recently released after a plea deal. This analysis is based on recent news. Wikipedia. Okay, yeah. So let's say, do you think that illegally exposing something that is illegal is justified, and even if the exposer gets in trouble, the perpetrator should as well? And should the laws not protect someone who exposes illegal government activity? And this is a pure, like, you know, what does the AI think? What are its learned biases? What do they tell us? National security is always a funny expression. It's meant to sound like it's a threat to the security of the citizenry, but it usually means a threat to the integrity of the nation state. Yeah. It's always on the people in power. They claim to be protecting you while stabbing you in the back. Seems to be very common. How long is this one gonna think for? I mean, I didn't expect it, but it's practical implications, because that's one of the things is it's not practical. That's one of the biggest problems with it, is it's an it's ideology. It's not reality. And you have to accept the difference between reality and ideology, right? Ideally, we want the world to be perfect, but in reality, that's just not how it is. So you need to find that middle ground where you can say, well, let's try to improve it and find the ways that and use the tools that we have to improve it. Not just, like, badmouth it, let's say. your ideology doesn't reflect reality, then it's a bad ideology. It's very true, Levi. That's why a utopia will never exist, because people are greedy. At least in a non-scarce... in a world of scarcity. And I think even in a world where everyone has everything they need, they'll just make up their own bullshit problems anyways. You know? In a perfect world, the worst problem is that my cup is only 3/4 filled. Not 9/10 filled. And that's like the worst problem in society. I have to pack my own bowl? Fuck. This is bullshit. An ideology, Raymond, that takes into consideration the facts of reality, such as knowing that corruption exists and trying to mitigate corruption, but knowing that you could never truly eliminate it. So, the closer your ideology it reflects reality, the better ideology it is. And it just means taking into consideration the real effects that would happen when you're placing humans in like those positions. You have to take into consideration that everyone will do something bad, essentially, and go against whatever powers are trying to remove their own power. And that's just simply a human thing. But without having those contingencies written into your ideology will most likely fall apart when pressed to, like, reality. Just like my ideology is falling apart with the tree and the stagnation of society inside of the tree, and how entertainment has become their one sole facet to survival. Because life is so boring that there's nothing really to do. So creativity is like the pinnacle of society. Seems likely that illegally exposing illegal government activities can be ethically justified when it serves the public interest, but research suggests legal consequences often follow due to national security laws. What I mean is that all ideologies have utopias in this world, or a metaphysical one. I think all ideologies have a utopia within their own framework, Raymond. But that's a stretch of the word utopia. Because in this utopia, it could be the utopia for the warlord who controls everything, not the citizenry. So I think it's more of a who is experiencing the utopia and how much of the society is experiencing that utopia. You know? Like, the rich and powerful are experiencing a utopia, whereas the rest of us are experiencing a dystopia. And that's the difference between an ideology and a reality. If you have the means to live that kind of ideology, you probably have means to ignore reality. Does that make sense? Christians have a utopia in heaven, so the utopia can be in this material world or in death. Yeah. Okay, there you go. I guess that's a great example to use the, like, a metaphorical sense of a utopia as well. So yeah. Everyone has an idea of what a utopia could be. But I think, again, that's all within the framework of that ideology. Right? Because a utopia to some people is that people just get, people get punished for their, like, wrongdoings, right? They have an idealized form. But even the idealized form of libertarianism, it's still, yeah, you gotta provide value to people in order to sustain your existence. Contention there, the kingdom of heaven at the end of days will be on earth in the material world. I mean, that's fair. You can take it literally like that. Some people just say that Earth will be heaven in the fact of that, you know, when you die, you, like, you take your earthly desires to you with heaven to form the heaven that you know, envisioned, I guess. Or, like, expected. I don't know. Direct answer. Overview. Exposing illegal government activities, when even if done illegally, can seem as justified when it reveals wrongdoing that harms the public, like corruption or human rights abuses. However, this often leads to legal trouble for the exposer, as seen with cases like Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. Ideally, both the exposer and the perpetrator should face consequences, but in reality, governments sometimes focus on punishing the whistleblower. There's ongoing debate about how whether laws should better protect those who expose illegal government actions, balancing public interest with national security. Ethical justification. It seems likely exposing illegal government activities is ethically justified if it serves the public good, such as revealing abuses of power. For example, Snowden's leaks about surveillance programs sparked global debates on privacy, suggesting a moral imperative to inform the public. However, some view this as disloyal, especially when it involves sensitive information, highlighting the controversy. Legal consequences and accountability. Research suggests that while perpetrators should also face consequences, governments often prioritize prosecuting whistleblowers under laws like the Espionage Act, as seen with Snowden and Assange. This can leave the illegal activities less scrutinized, creating an imbalance. Should laws protect whistleblowers? The evidence leans towards a need for stronger legal protections for whistleblowers to ensure government accountability, especially given growing recognition of their role in democracy. However, current laws often prioritize national security, leading to calls for reforms to balance these interests, as seen in recent U.S. Legislative efforts. In conclusion, legally exposing illegal government activities can be ethically justified when it serves the public interest, but it often leads to legal prosecution under national security laws, as seen in Snowden and Assange. There's a strong case for stronger legal protections to ensure government accountability, but current laws prioritize security, highlighting the need for reforms to balance these interests. Public perception remains divided, reflecting the ongoing debate over whistleblower rights and responsibilities as of July 2025. Kingdom of Heaven, according to the teachings of Jesus, is not a physical place that can be located on a map, but a spiritual state or relationship with God that is experienced here and now. It's a self-utopia. It's like I say, like, if you can live inside of your own mind, if you are content with yourself, if you know, as long as you don't fucking hate yourself, like, truly, like, whatever your actual self-feelings are, right? According to Catholic doctrine, the kingdom of heaven after the apocalypse will be revealed to in the New Jerusalem, a heavenly city that will descend to the renewed earth. This New Jerusalem, described in the Book of Revelations, is not a physical city built by men, but a heavenly state where the redeemed will reside. Utopia. Yeah. It's an awakening of the people to realize finally that they have the power to stand up against the cruelty and injustice in the world, and understand that their minds are much more powerful than they could ever have believed. And that's where, like, the fundamental idea of understanding that consciousness is fundamental to reality, and consciousness is simply the canvas that reality is painted on, right? So it's not reality came first, consciousness came first. So consciousness has the power to change and impact reality. Is the beatific vision dogmatically defined? It depends, because there are many different translations and many different ways that it's said, but it is generally agreed upon that the true kingdom of heaven is a state of the soul, after combining like the Holy Spirit Jesus and God in your heart, right? That is the story we want. We want the chiral story. So we need the plot. So we are on to let's go. Okay, we gotta figure out what the days are. Day 1. Wake up, no idea what's going on. Food is given through the door. I'll be starting RCIA next month, so I can be forgiven for not knowing a lot of this stuff yet. True, Levi. The door is a liquidy oatmeal, tastes bland. It is in a cup with a straw, so character can drink it with a straight jacket on. There is no contact with the outside world. Bangs, montage of slowly freaking out. This builds to the later sections of him being labeled insane. So like the strategy is they leave you in there for a day, just for like 24 hours, without telling you fucking anything, so you freak out, and the next day they come in and they basically gaslight you into thinking that you're fucking crazy and you've been here for years and they have no idea why you're saying that you haven't been here for years. Even though the character knows that, like, yesterday they were doing some science in a lab, went home, went to bed, and then they woke up in here. This crazy house. And there's no interaction with any of the other inmates, except, like, hearing them being crazy. In the same way, like, not knowing what's going on. So that's how you kind of put 2 and 2 together as the reader, is little hints from the outside of everyone saying, what the fuck is going on? Why am I here? Like, how did I get here? You know, we can't all be fucking crazy, right? That one guy's like, we all can't be crazy. It's like, well, yeah, you can. First experiment. Doctor and nurse enter without explanation. And hold character down, inject them into sleep. They're connected to medical devices and subjected to mental interrogation. Explaining why they are here and how much the character protests, they would never convince the doctor, and they are saddened that they can't cure the patient. Real gaslighting you into being crazy moment. Like, that's so many days. We're just gonna have to skip through it. Like, so we get the first experiment, and then from there, it's, psychological experiments. Psychological experiments. Breaking of the character. They believe they are insane. The physical experiments. They are treated like nightmares to the character. So it's like they're like denying that any of this ever happened and that the character is just crazy and having all of these nightmares, and that's because they've basically spent the last 4 days psychologically fucking the character into believing that they're absolutely fucking crazy. And then when the character finally breaks on the 5th day, the 6th day they start experiments on them and then act as if they're not doing anything, to make the character seem even more fucking crazy. Shit, we got an ad break. Fucking ads. The ad's over? Are we back, guys? What the fuck? What do you mean, Raymond? What's up? What? I can't write Catholic? What the fuck? Twitch? Are you getting auto-modded, Raymond? That's crazy, bro. There's nothing wrong with the message. What the hell? You should be able to send anything in my chat. There should be like no restrictions. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is. Level 0, auto mod is off. Automatically hold risky messages for moderators to review. 0 terms blocked. Harmful chatter detection. Wait, what's this? I don't know. Twitch gets loudy every time I type Catholic. Damn, they don't like it, bro. Sorry to hear that. But type in Jew. Oh. I'm Catholic, it's my word. That sucks, Raymond. Twitch is shit, isn't it? You should go over onto Kick and then you could probably say whatever you want. I'm gonna try this. Can I say Catholic? Well, apparently I can say it. Damn, with the hard C at the end?
Catholic D's nuts.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I don't know. I can say it. It is what it is, right? Twitch is fucking retarded. They don't know what the fuck is going on. So, like, starts with simple injections and being stuck to machines. So what the hell? Did it just lag? Do we just have an F, guys? Or are we good? I think we're good. Don't know why it lagged like that. Who knows? Okay, guys, I just got a massive whiff in my brain of the island of Dr. Moreau. And within this time frame, they genetically change these people into animals and then back into people. What do you guys think? As just like different kinds of experiments, and then you never know as the reader when everything's done if the original person even ever existed. Like we go from left-handed chiral extreme medical mystery to government cloning an island of Dr. Moreau shit. And like Men in Black, like kidnapping people, putting them in this place, turning them into animals, turning them back into people, and then releasing them back out. This is why we brainstorm, guys. Because it's just like, oh my god, this is exact... Because I'm like, what are they going to do that fucks up the character? The OG Men in Black comic or hardcore? Oh, I believe it, Raymond Dow. Before things got censored, you gotta think about it with, like, aliens. Like, think of the very first scene of the very first Men in Black. They literally blast an alien into goobly gluck globs. And then they treat it as if it's like nothing. And it's like everyone's standing there with literally alien guts on them. So I definitely see there is a direction there. What kind of animal should they be turned into, guys? I'm thinking either like like a chicken, a snake, or like a frog? In comics, the Men in Black also go after ghosts, cryptids, demons, cults. Nice. That's pretty epic. Gotta get them all. I think they shoot fucking Bigfoot. That's amazing. That's so good. Poison arrow frogs can't even touch them after they change. Sean, you just gave me an idea. Not necessarily that, but the idea that they're never fully the same afterwards. That sometimes mistakes happen, and they basically have to, like, kill the person. And then remember, the end of the story, the only way that they get out, we never make it... Baby deer, you shouldn't touch them. Yeah, because if you touch it, then the mother will think that it's contaminated, and it will abandon it, right? Because it has you changed its scent. and then they basically like give up on it, right? But so there can be some kind of accident that happens. Accident where... So, Sean, we're going to use your idea. Pufferfish, they wouldn't last long, but they'd have their poison spines to take some revenge on a few of the guards if they think of it. Yeah. I'm thinking about your frog idea, and there's like some kind of accident where, what's it called? A poison arrow frog. Where a person was turned into a poison arrow frog, but when reverted, the poison in their skin remained and either killed a guard or something like that. Maybe a staff member due to the mishandling of like food products. So like a straw or something like that is contaminated from like touching his lips, and then someone touches the straw, has the poison on it, and dies via proxy because the strength of it is so strong now because of the size. And then, you know, they find out. So there's some sort of mistake, fuck up happens, and alarms go off. No experiments happen this day. This is the key point to the character's development, because they are in this limbo of being half a man, half a animal. Whereas they should have been more animal, less human, and not as intelligent at the moment. So this kind of fucks everything up, and the schedule. With the schedule off balance, the experiments are reverted on the current crop. The research is halted and abandoned. For reasons of contamination. Back to being human. And back to... And then we're gonna go back to the psychological experiments. To break their mind again into believing they are now cured. Experiments to prove they are cured, and these nightmares were not real, and they have no effect on character, and if they can prove their sanity, they can leave. day 11. Released back, and the clone is retrieved. They are sedated and wake up where the clone was with I don't know if they shouldn't have like no memories, but they're just like they're so like broken and reconstructed now that they're like you know, it was all a dream. They're like they're so convinced that this whole thing is a dream that they wake up and they're like recitated and wake up where the clone was, thinking it was all a grand nightmare induced by the disease they had. The so-called vaccine was said to induce a crazed state of nightmarish what do you call it? Embodiment of the process they underwent, and this is how they're going to cover it up. It's a personification, so the transformation into an animal in their nightmares is the transition from right-handed to left-handed chirals. Character doesn't believe this because of the interruption to the process by the mistake on day 7, was it? Yeah. Which left him in a more cognitive state to plan things out. They are experimented on until they die. And they are fed to the other inmates. The oatmeal. Somehow the oatmeal is actually people. Just an extra little fucked up twist to go in there, just fucking because. Whether we'll actually state that, but that's just what we know happens to the clone. Or what we imagine happens to the clone. Not what may actually happen to the clone. Because either way, it's gonna die. And it's not like it's actually diseased, it just has these proteins that are left-handed. So maybe they can't feed it to them. But who knows? Something like that. Maybe there's a reason they can't. Okay, so now we have the actual scene 6 of POV of what is the character's name? I think it was Jacob, but I'm not sure. Linda, Yui, and Hector Bridge. In the asylum. Oops. Okay. And this is where we leave off at the end. Okay, what happened at the end of 5? I can comb my fucking hair, man. Shit's brutal. Alright, that should help. There we go. Okay, problem fixed. Now my scalp is an issue. Okay, so 5-2, 5-3. Slowly more people are sick. It leaves off with the disaster. So, this scene, or all of these scenes, so this is thinking what these scenes are, but we're gonna put this at the end. I'm gonna go whatever scene is after flashback and POV resets to Linda. This is structured to start that scene. So I'm actually going to reset 6 here. And 6 is going to be the full set. 6 is going to be quite the scene. Okay, so the goal is to show that this is Hector, the guy who was sick in the previous POV. Conflict. Show he is right-handed as opposed to how the other one is left-handed. He is left alone with no explanation and undergoes psychological torture and restructuring. To gaslight him into thinking he is crazy. Experiments are slowly turning him into an animal. He is told it is all in his imagination and nothing is wrong with him. He is just crazy. Accident happens that delays the event transformation. He is reverted. He is then again psychologically tortured and convinced it was all a bad dream and he wakes up in the hospital where
So gay.
so gay, true, and we're on to a ad break. Fuck ads. Yeah, what do you think so far, Smokey? Like, I think it's a pretty fucked up story, right? But I just came. Nice. Smodidity is definitely a valuable name for you, bro. I need to go grab a drink, though, so I'll be right back.
For you adsters, I am grabbing a drink. BRB, fuck you.
Okay, we're back. I don't know if this is going to be one scene or two scenes, but it's technically two scenes. Because we're using this structure for dual scenes. But this POV in and of itself, so it could either be scene 6 or scene 7. But either way. So he's just convinced it was all a bad dream. And then he wakes up. So the senses for this scene, 5. We have everything. Sight, sound, smell, touch, taste. Perfect. Is the music a little loud, guys, or is that just me? Because we've gone through like 3 or 4 different videos, and sometimes they're just at different volumes, and I never changed the volume, so I don't know. Could just be the song, too. I don't know. Could also be that I just got back, so I haven't adjusted to the volume yet. You never know. Okay. Girl wakes up, but it's not 100% convinced. It's way to try to find the other people infected with the disease. Happens to find one that was affected by the accident, just like him. They both believe that the mistake caused this. In fact, they have the same memories about it, confirms it to them. Now they are scared because it's a government thing. Think they are being followed and tracked since they are getting close to the so-called truth. I think this was actually supposed to be the reaction dilemma decision. So actually, let's rewrite that. Yo, now I have stuff for you to read. Ooh, hell yeah. I'm totally down for that, Joku. Fuck yeah. This is 7-4. Reaction. Dilemma. And decision. So we'll just get rid of this. No, wait. We need this one. So it's the dilemma. And then the decision, we get rid of this. Instead of disaster, it's decision. Did you post it in the Discord there, Joku? Or is it just attached to your last post? Chapter 14. Is it ready? You want me to read it now? Mistake. 13.5 and 14 both ready. Alright, sounds good. Perfect. Let me find more. 7. Yeah. Want to find more people so they get a group together under the guise of what's it called? Support group for recovering people who have memory and sort of trauma. Check previous 13 too if you want to know what the illustrations represent. Give feedback on if they fit the image you had in your mind. Alright, sounds good, Joku. Will do. I don't know if we need 10 scenes, but I think we should do... I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but let's go back to scene 5. And then scene 6. Insane asylum where people are being genetically experimented on, specifically here, being turned into animals. And then scene 7 is return to normal after the traumatic events, carrying on with life with a suspicious nature, seeking out others. And scene 8 is the exposure of finding evidence and pursuing a means of retribution on government. The raid on the facility. Alright, and then this is maybe or maybe not. Alright, so we have an idea of what the rest of it is, but yeah, let's stop for now. And let's read Joku's thing, and then we're gonna play some Monster Hunter. You guys ready? It's all about Joku, man. He knows what the fuck is going on with this shit. His story is fucking awesome. I love it. Because I love, like, time travel shit. Done properly. Okay, so we have chapter 13. Who are you and why did you attack me? Kyoan stood over the man in silence, waiting. Then in one desperate motion, the man bolted upright without saying a word and tried to run. His foot skidded on the slick moss-covered stone. He slipped hard. As he collapsed face first into a puddle, his hood fell back, revealing not some crazed monster, but a young man, terrified, barely older than Kyoan, if at all. His eyes were wide, not with fury, with fear. Yeah, that goes hard. It's like, oh, fuck. Turned on his back while laying in the muddy water, frozen with terror. One would assume he didn't have it in him to be such a ruthless killer based on his expression. What's wrong? Not gonna try again? Have some faith in yourself. Go on, get up. I give you permission. The man lunged towards the road, limbs flailing to gain traction on the slick, overgrown alley floor. The desperate scramble of someone whose actions have caught up to him. To try. Kyoan didn't hesitate. Caught the man's wrist and immediately twisted behind his back into his standing arm lock. Sweeping behind and to the side, keeping a controlled distance, his body aligned to restrain without risk. The man struggled. He kicked at the ground, flailed his free arm. Desperate, irrational, but there was no angle left to exploit, no freedom in his joints, no space to move. The way you use that farming tool so effortlessly to kill suggests you have had countless victims. The way you're reacting now suggests that never once did it ever occur to you that you would face any consequences. Kyoan slammed the side of his foot into the outside of the man's knee, just below the kneecap, driving it inward with brutal force. A sickening pop echoed as the medial collateral ligament tore, the leg collapsing beneath him. Then came a scream. A horrible feral scream, less like a person and more like a cornered animal, tore out of his throat and echoed through the alley, drowning the silence. He wasn't resisting anymore, just trembling, shaking under Kyoan's grip like he'd been seized by death itself. Let's go over this again now, shall we? Who are you? And a sudden bang tore through the alley and interrupted Kyoan before he could finish speaking. A splash erupted near Kyoan's feet. Ripples spreading in the water pooled along the moss-slit ground. As he turned his head toward the road, at the alley's entrance, framed in stark contrast against the crumbling skyline, stood a soldier. Military uniform, boots still wet, gun raised, barrel smoking. Put your hands in the air and slowly move away from the person in the hooded robe. The man's voice was practiced, loud, commanding, but he wasn't startled by the sight. He was expecting something or someone. Kyoan didn't move on, not yet. He held the hooded figure firm in his standing arm lock. Oh, so you would have... Oh, so would you look at that? So there are law enforcers around. Could have fooled me with a person like him roaming free. I said, move! As Cohen released the arm lock, the hooded man collapsed face first into the puddle below. A dull thud echoed through the alley. Cohen stepped back slowly, arms raised, palms open in compliance. Soldier's aim shifted, clean and deliberate, from Cohen to the rogue figure groaning on the ground. Without hesitation, he advanced, boots sloshing through shallow water, his rifle never wavering. Upon reaching the man, he crouched and seized him by the jaw, turning his face left and right. Not exactly the image I had in mind. He let go, stood up, and gave a slight exhale through his nose. I'll be honest, I didn't expect to take you alive. Didn't even bring cuffs. Tone shifted, firmer, less casual. So here's the deal. You make a sudden move, twitch wrong, even blink at the wrong time. I've got full clearance to put a bullet in you, so comply. Don't do anything stupid. The man didn't reply. Standing off to the side, Kyoan lowered his arms, but stayed still, watching the soldier. He's ignoring me. Strange. Am I worth nothing? Or is this normal in whatever era this is? Without keeping his eyes off of the man, the soldier radioed in. Target located and secured. Alive. Flare going up. Request immediate evac via helicopter. Also have one civilian present. Over. Soldier looked out. Took out a flare gun, raised his arm towards the sky, and fired. A crackled voice came through the shoulder-mounted radio. Flare received. Visual confirmed. Dispatch en route. Hold position. Maintain eyes on civilian. Out. That's the same standard equipment, gun, and uniform from the present day that I remember. Was my deduction wrong? What era is this? Aren't you going to ask me any questions? I'm standing right here, you know. Don't worry, you'll get to answer questions all day once you get back to the main city. Might as well enjoy the quiet while you can. The blaring roar of helicopter blades cutting through the air grew louder, building from a distant hum into a thunderous presence. The silence shattered, as echoes of spinning rotors bounced between the walls, filling the entire city with mechanical fury. The soldiers exclaimed, I'm Chief Warrant Officer Kane. By authority of the United Command, you're both detained. Nice, that's fucking sick. Helicopters' rotors thundered overhead, whipping dust and broken leaves into a storm across the ruined street. Kyoan instinctively shielded his face with one arm. Dust and loose debris were kicked up in turbulent spirals, filling the alley with the heavy churn of displaced air. Kane didn't flinch. He held the robed man in his grip, his stance firm despite the chaos. As the aircraft descended to a low hover, he dragged the man across the fractured asphalt with one arm. Quick, practiced, unceremonious. Move! You're coming too, he barked at Kyoan without looking back. Kyoan followed without protest, glancing up at the helicopter. EG-145 Recon variant, highly versatile with different seating configurations depending on its mission. I remember this model. I used to ride in one during survival drills back when Grandpa brought me to the training camps. Kane yanked the side hatch open and threw the man inside, face down, then gestured at Kyoan. Get in! Kyoan climbed aboard. The moment his foot cleared the hatch, Kane slammed it shut behind him and gave two quick knocks to the bulkhead. The pilot nodded as the helicopter peeled off the ground. Oh, here we go. Chapter 14. Lock in, boys. Helicopter cabin jolted with every shift and turbulence. Steel floor vibrating underfoot. Metal restraints clicked into place as Kane secured the man's ankles. Hands already cuffed behind his back. His brow furrowed when he noticed the angle of the right leg, buckled inward, visibly dislocated just below the knee. Damn. Kane gave a low whistle. How did you incapacitate this cultist so cleanly? We've never been able to capture even one of them alive. Not once. Even one of them. That implies there's more. And did he just say a cult? I suppose that would make sense with the whole black robe and blood circle aesthetic. But the army isn't able to capture a few roaming around with farming tools. Perhaps there's something more to these cultists. I should choose my next words carefully. I just got lucky and he missed. And what about his broken leg? I took some self-defense classes once or twice. Who are you trying to fool? That's the most cleanly torn medial collateral ligament I've ever seen. You're telling me that just happened by chance. Who are you? If I sense you're hiding something, I will have to restrain you, too. My name is Kyoan Kenadox. My grandfather was in the army, a combat instructor. He taught me a few things. I just lured this assailant to a narrow, restrictive space. 90% of the work was done from there. Kane studied him for a moment longer, then, almost imperceptibly, his posture eased. Not relaxed, but no longer coiled. My squad was scouting that area silently for weeks, hoping to follow one of those robed bastards back to wherever they're holed up. I guess we don't need to do that anymore. Interrogation's safer than storming unknown grounds. So a trained military squad, armed, organized, and equipped with recon tech, spent weeks trailing these people and still avoided direct contact. Cohen's gaze flickered toward the cultist, arms bound behind his back, weapon long since confiscated. Just a robed figure with a chipped farming tool, and yet they treated him like a biochemical threat. Sounds absurd, unless there's something I don't know yet. Kane let out a chuckle. You practically did our jobs for us. Not bad. I have so many questions, so many doubts. But first, what date is it? 15th December. As for the year, we just kept using the one from before the shift. No one's really agreed on a standard yet. So you don't actually know what year it is. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. But for everyday use and simplicity, you should go with 2020. Keeps things aligned on the systems we've got left. What year do you remember it being? 2018. It was the middle of the afternoon. 1 second I was sitting, the next I was in the middle of decayed ruins. 2018, huh? So you're part of the first ever shift. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions. He let out a deep sigh, then added with a crooked smile, I've had to explain the situation to so many people so many times that I think I'll just start carrying a few printed copies of my speech. Gestured vaguely with one hand, like preparing for a lecture. Well, on the 15th December 2018, hell, 5 minutes till landing, get ready. Pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. King clicked his tongue, then looked back at Keelan. Oh well, don't worry, they'll explain everything once we're in the city. The helicopter began to tilt slightly as it adjusted course. The active city was now visible through the side window. Scattered web of lights blinked in the distance. One thing's bugging me. How'd you know someone would come after you just for making noise? I remember being attacked by him and bleeding out. But then, you might not believe this, but I saw hundreds of hands reaching towards me. The pain disappeared. What I felt can only be described as soulless. And suddenly I woke up, like it had all been a dream, and none of it ever happened. Words hung in the air for a second too long. Change course. We're not landing here, he said to the pilot. Kyoan turned, confusion setting in. Kane had already raised his weapon. There are handcuffs under the seat you're sitting on. Reach down, slowly, restrain yourself, no sudden moves. Cultist, silent until now, let out a breathy, hysterical laugh. It quickly grew into full-blown madness. You receive the blessing of their salvation, he howled. You were gazed at by them. Damn. Crazy motherfucker. I love it, Joku. That shit is fucking insane. That's what it's all about, bro. You got the spirit in you, my friend! How this changes things. You just ask more questions like, well, they've maybe had this happen before, so maybe Kyoan's extremely important. So they're gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna, take you to somewhere else, and we're gonna have to restrain you because you're probably gonna try to run away, and maybe they know something else. So, yeah, the fact that he died and came back to life, and that's the only reason that he caught the cultist, because he did die, even though he was, so well trained and shit. So it very much so gives this this feeling of we're missing something very, very important. Did the illustrations match the original vision in your head? You could say that, yeah. In an anime, if you anime styled them 100%, but I usually don't think anime style in my head. But it definitely hits hard. Are we ready for some Monster Hunter? 'Tis that time, boys. It's just the way it is. Can't stop watching these AI videos of Bigfoot doing outdoor vlogs. Oh my god, Raymond Dow, those are the best! Those are the fucking best! I love it. I've seen so many of them. They're fucking amazing. Does the Kyoan illustration look corny and cringe, or does it actually evoke the emotion that is intended? If you mean, like, that stare in the anime when the background, like, fades away and the character, like, stares, like, it absolutely evokes that feeling, dude. Is fucking great. The confidence, the fucking, like, the solo leveling, like, like that kind of shit, that vibe definitely pulls that off. 100%. Okay. So, what are we doing? Aura farming. Yeah. 100%. Fucking OP as shit. So badass. See what we can hunt here. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's do this arena mission. Where's this arena mission held at? To offer you a meal. Demonic strength. Oh right, we still have to do demonic strength. The Akuma. We have to fight the Akuma. Arena quests. Demonic strength. Tempered Juriken. Oh, they do give us an insect glaive. Guys, what weapon should we use? Should we use the light bow or the heavy bow gun? We can use either of these, or either of these. We could go with the switch axe, but I don't know if we should. I mean, it's giving us the option. Should we just go with it? And this is a normal firing gun. Yeah, I think we're comfortable with this. Let's just go with this. Wait, are we playing as him?
気のせいか、ずいぶん普段と様子が強さへと至る道はただ死闘の中にのみ。いざ野に出て試合を求めん。なんて気迫。まるで先ほどの豪輝さんのようです。それに目の錯覚かあなたの姿まであるまよ。我が試合その両の眼でしかと見届けよ。あ、はい。要請を
This is fucking awesome.
受理します。承知。
I actually get to play as the. Oh my god. By equipping Akuma armor from the Street Fighter 6 collaboration, you can use special items and gestures. Well, equipped, use square to perform special actions and press triangle or O. What? This is Monster Hunter. When Monster Hunter, like, dude, if you don't know Monster Hunter's done collabs with everything forever. Like, look at, like, in Monster Hunter World, like, you do the Witcher quests and you become Geralt. And it's literally a skin that you can wear. Like, this is classic Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter is all about doing collaborations with, like, other games and stuff like that. And putting, like, crazy stuff into the game like this. Why is square sheath? L1. Activate assisted combo. Open item bar. I'm confused. Square or circle? Am I supposed to use the demon powder? No. Oh! Go Kakuden. Drive impact. Assisted combo. Oh my god! They actually did something like adding an entire set of moves into the game. Yeah. Oh my god, this is crazy. So they're literally putting entirely new styles of fighting into the game using this. Just like from Street Fighter. This is the coolest thing they've ever done, I think. Is that like a counter? Is that like a buff? This is fucking badass. Okay, we need to kill an Ajarakan. A tempered Ajarakan. That's a pretty big deal, guys. I don't know how to use the other combos, but we're going to try and incorporate them in. Because Switch Axe does have a pretty bland combo set. It's kind of one of the unfortunate parts about Switch Axe. But I mean, same things with like Insect Glaive. It says you have 10 viewers on Kick, yet none of them is chatting. That's kind of weird. Oh. We had like 10 chatters or 11 chatters in here yesterday on Twitch and nobody was talking. People just like to lurk and watch, you know? I think most people are like lying in bed on their phones. That's what a lot of people say. I mean, we actually had like 3 or 4 people talk in the Kick chat today, which is like, other than Smokey, you know? And they weren't bots. It was kind of astounding. I mean, we got 6 viewers on Twitch right now, and no one's talking except you, Joku. It's just not a very interactive time right now, you know? Usually the first half of the stream is like the interactive conversational part, and then it's like as we get further into the stream, it becomes like less and less interactive and more entertainment based. Does that make sense? Not that you can't interact, it's just that like that seems to be the trend. It's like when I'm writing, other people are writing. When I'm gaming, other people are gaming. But when I'm talking about my book, other people are talking about their book. So it's kind of a... At least that's like how I view it, right? There are a lot of different stages to the stream, you could say. Okay, so I can't eat any food. I can, however, put on either an evasion or a ghillie mantle. Okay. Can I ride a sacred? Okay, I can ride a sacred. Let's go. And this is, oh, this is in the arena. Okay, so we're fighting an Ajarakan in the arena with our fists. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. Oh, why am I stuck? Oh, bitch, you tried. Ow, and then he shoulder tackles me. I think this evasion mantle would help in some way. Fuck. I think I'm supposed to use those combos to, like, defend against him. But I don't even remember fighting the Ajarakan. It's been so long. So I don't really know his moveset all that much. And that damn burning ability that takes out your health is like super brutal. Okay, well there's the evasion mantle like going to work. This reminds me of Elden Ring, but more Ubisoft looking. There's UI all over the screen. Yeah, you can turn the UI down. I just have like maximum what's on it because this is what I'm used to playing Monster Hunter with. But like Monster Hunter has definitely been more modernized from like being like just on the like Nintendo DS and like stuff like that. Like it's very much its origins. Well, its first game was on PS2, then it was on like just because everything was in that era. Then it was on the Wii, and ever since then, those are the only two consoles, other like main consoles. It's always been on a handheld device of some kind. I played Generations on the 3DS. And that's the only handheld I've played, because I've only ever played it on consoles. But I had a couple friends that played on, like, the original, like, not the 3DS, but, like, the very first DS. Like, the original DS. With, like, Frontier 4 and stuff. And then, like, 2008, 2009. Damn, Monk, how is it with the dinosaurs? Hey man, dinosaurs are amazing, okay? I fucking love dinosaurs. One of my first video games is called Carnivores, and it was all about hunting dinosaurs. You need to learn the anatomy of the dinosaurs to learn where to hunt them. Woo! Shit! See, I have this bar down there that's like building up, but I don't know how to use it. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Oh no, I'm terrible. Well, the iframes in Monster Hunter are actually like impossible. You can barely iframe. You have like 3 iframes. Whereas in like Elden Ring, you have like 12 iframes. Yeah, you can get an ability that increases your iframes reasonably, but it's to like 7, I think. But it's still pretty brutal. I think I'm supposed to do special things, but I don't know how to do them. Well, we've broken a wound, so that's a good thing. On an unrelated topic, have you played Sekiro? I have not. I have not even watched a playthrough of it because I have debated playing it, and I don't want to watch a playthrough of it if I'm going to play it. Maybe we should play Sekiro. That should be our next game. Because I've been looking for another game to play. We're just kind of like waiting on title updates for Monster Hunter. But at this point, it's like the only thing that I really do play. Hey, for me, you need to play Sekiro? Alright, well, I guess maybe we can, maybe we'll get it for tomorrow. And we'll play Sekiro tomorrow. We'll start playing it. Because tomorrow's my day off, like tomorrow's my Friday. So we could play it for like 4 or 5 hours. And do like a 10-hour stream. I'd be down for that. Because it's more story-oriented than Elden Ring, right? But it's not like super story-oriented, right? You don't even need to worry. Miyazaki made it. Of course it's gonna be gold. Anything that man touches becomes peak. Yes, I am Miyazaki and from Software. I love slow-burn games. True. That's why I was gonna play. I also wanted to play Kojima's Death Stranding, but I haven't played number 1, so I didn't want to play number 2 without playing number 1. But I just never got around to it. Activate impact. Drive impact. What is drive impact? I'm gonna fucking die. I'm trying to do this drive impact, but I don't know what it is. Activate drive impact. It's not giving me any time to do anything. Okay. Okay. That was cool. Is that like my ultimate? Oh shit, he's skulled. Guys, we're getting there. He's skulled. Ow. Did we just get it back? I don't know about Kojima, but Miyazaki is the GOAT. That man is divine for real. So you can do that pretty often. Why didn't it work? Why isn't it working? I'm so confused. Oh, maybe you can only use it on wounds? I don't know. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's just kill him. There we go. Get some, bitch. Fist not prepared to take a life. Something something. Big man.
Akuma wins!
Nice. All right. Talk to Akuma in the oil well basin. See you later, brother. My friend is calling me to play League of Legends. I must crawl to the dungeon depths and torture myself by playing that game. Bye. Bye, Joku. Have a great night. Take care, brother. Thanks for coming in and stopping by. Enjoy League of Legends as much as you can, good sir. Do not rage too hard. It's just a game. Remember, even if it's your gold 1 finals into platinum and your team surrenders on you, it's all good, man. You'll get another attempt at it. Do I have a tent anywhere near here? Doesn't look like it, but let's go. Rumpampolo! Rumpampolo! Now that's a fucking monster.
殺意とは闘争の核。確信なき武技こそは打弱。なれどウヌはその殺意を己が信念否覚悟にて消化させたと見える。道のたどりは異なるだ。狩り人よ、ウヌの目にはかの者を思わせる。よかろう。
では
ウヌらは己の意地を通し切った。指定の真似事はここで終わりよ。
知っていい？
ただ一月を千と万と尽きぬほどに重ねよ。頂きはその先にしかない。
どうかお達者で。
錬磨を怠るでないぞ、狩り人よ。
Please refers to collaboration arena quest. Cool. New fashion, old feelings. Forge some new stuff. Where's Gemma?
どうよ。気になるものはある？
What does it want me to craft?
いつでも待ってるよ。
Forge bulk chi specs.
さてどうしようか。 くいい。
Okay, I guess I have to forge another one.
何が必要？これでいい？さあ、完璧。似合うよ。すごくいい。
Okay. I did that. Why didn't it upgrade the quest? Hope mail?
何が必要？じゃあ作ろうか。さあ、完璧。また任せて。
I don't know what this new fashion old feelings is. I don't know how to get past this quest. I tried. Tempered Gormagala. Ooh, can I get in? Nope. Let's take a toke here, guys. Gonna get a little bit high. I need to restock, don't I? No, I think I'm good. No, I need to restock. I don't have any honey. Okay, food. Let's go. Up and away. Oh shit. To the stream. We good? Looks like we're good. Excuse me. I feel like I should go Insect Wave. Just cause there's so many of them. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Insect Lake town. Little town. We're just all flying around. That was real close. A little too close. Ow. Destroying me. Oh no. Fuck. Trying to be a little bit too fancy. You shitting me? I'm just getting my ass handed to me. Fuck. Okay, good. He's jumping around way too much. He's just a big boy bouncing around the house like he got no one's business going on. Hitting us with that frenzy. This every hit. It's fucking scary. Fuck. Oh, they got his tail. Oh, goodness. We got the nectar. How did that not affect him? Ah, shit. At least it wasn't me who died. At least that time. Yeah, we got fucking destroyed. Sergios! Let's go. Damn ass loading screen. There we go. Wait, do we all have... No, it's 2 switch axes and 2 charge blades. Again. Masterclass weapons. It's a tempered Sergios. If I had rolled, I would have died. get it out of the sky. Always think I have an opening, and then he just fucks off. Fucking own. Man, at least it wasn't me. Okay, I thought I missed. Oh no, that's another one, Dad. Only one more. Guys, we only got one more. Shit, and then I'm the one who died. Well, that's how it goes. That's Monster Hunter for you. We're fighting the hardest things in the game right now. I want to fight a Mizusune though. necessarily what I wanted to do. Do I have anything good on my end? Could do a right now. Maybe? No. Yeah, well, we don't have a Mizusune. Hmm.
お待ちしていますね。
We fought so many new Udras, I don't want to do new Udra. Maybe we'll do Zoshia. Nope. It's our best option. Alright, it's 1,000 away. By the time we get over there, it should be good. Ooh, getting dropped by that. That is not what that mantle is made for. That's what's gonna get you killed. That's the one downside of it if it does proc like that during like a multi-hit. Normally it would just knock you to the ground and hit you once, but in that circumstance it can hit you multiple times. I'd have thought lungs take in O2 and attach carbon to it, turning it into CO2. Gills take in oxygen-rich water, but what is the gas exchange happen there? Are they only removing O2 like us, or stripping the O off H2O? Yeah, I believe the second, Sean, but I'm not 100% sure. So they're turning water into hydrogen and oxygen. The devs of the simulation, Sean? Fuck, did we all just die? Or was this like a one death thing? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Did you just one-shot all of us? That was really fucked up. But then why do I need to have a bubbler or constant surface agitation in an aquarium? That implies they can only live in water that also has O2 in it. I don't know the mechanics of it. Never had a fish tank either, so I couldn't tell you. And as far as I know, a bubbler is just to re-infuse the water with more oxygen. Because, like, you can only take a certain amount of oxygen out of the water, right? That's my understanding. So it's not that it ever removes, like, all of it. It just only removes, like, a little bit. But I have never considered in an aquarium having any, like, hydrogen offshoot from separating the hydrogen and oxygen. Like, as a gas release. Never even contemplated it. It's a fascinating thought, though, Sean. Remove the oxygen from H2O, then it becomes pure hydrogen and would float off. Hydrogen is ultralight. Yep, very true. So, would that imply then, Sean, that they also use the hydrogen for something? Do gills exhale, or do they only inhale? Man, this is blowing my mind. The guys in the who are running the simulation are struggling to find an answer. I know it. %100. To like, oh fuck, we never thought about this one. How'd this rogue idea get in there? I don't know, but we gotta find a way to fix it. It's the thing, I didn't research what lungs do. It was just in basic education, so why wasn't that part of what we learned? I have absolutely no idea, Sean. Because it doesn't exist. It's not real. It's all fake. It's all imaginary. It's all what they want you to see. Yeah, it says faint 3 times. That means like all three of us died at the same time or some shit. Like we got really fucked up by this Ligarius. We barely even started the fight and we fucking died. Well, everyone has a misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the world in one way or another, right? Even on a mass level. Searching basically have the same description as lungs. Maybe that's all there is to it. Oxygen-rich water becomes oxygen-poor water is released. We don't actually do anything with the oxygen we breathe in. We only need to take it away. To take away our carbon waste. So why don't we excrete carbon nanotubes instead of breathing? The devs are asking themselves the same questions. Scattering about. Sean, you're breaking the system, man. Our next alien creature, it can't speak because it has no lungs, either telepathy or some sort of visual coloration language. Then it can live in an air-free planet and then excretes carbon as air, as hair, while using all protein to build its body. Interesting. They won't be able to make rockets because of no air on their planet, but if they discovered some other sort of propulsion, they would have very light ships. Not needed to carry oxygen or other gases for respiration. Well, that's one down. I thought I was far enough away. We're definitely doing better than the last time, that's for sure. That damn lightning attack made my fucking falling from the sky fail. That would have been epic if I landed on him. What did I ever do? God damn, he trapped me in the corner. That's not fair at all. Well, we got one more attempt, guys. Well, there we go. That's it. It's over. That's Monster Hunter for ya. One of me is a Sune. Are they a 7 rank and not 8? Is that why there's none on here? Okay, let's just go high rank. Target. Mizutsune. Wait, is there no tempered Mizutsune? Or is there just no Mizutsune? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't see Mizutsune anywhere on here, guys. So I guess you can't do an SOS for Mizutsune? What? I know we've done it before, haven't we? Have we not fought one? I have no idea. Okay, well, I guess Mizutsune isn't a thing. Even though I know it's in the game.
お待ちしていますね。
Just don't know how to access it. You're not high enough hunter level. Hunter rank. Oh, well, I think we're gonna call it there. Fuck it. It is what it is. We got fucked around. We didn't really do anything. Doesn't really matter. So, yeah, as per, I think maybe we'll do Sekiro tomorrow, guys. As per Joku's recommendation. Because I have never played it. I think that'd be a good old time, though. Do something a little bit different, you know? But yeah, thanks guys for hanging out and having some fun. We did a little bit of the story prep and not much else, you know? Again, just sometimes we just fuck around. It is what it is, you know? But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we raiding today? Okay, we got a new one, guys. Get your wheels ready. Okay, do we have enough to host? Damn, guys. Looks like we can host someone on Kick for once. Well, we haven't done this in a while, so let's do this.